Boise State Esports Arena for a special cast for the Halloween occasion. Although normally we would be going into the PEC Boise State Esports Super Smash Bros. Tournament to just check in how our team is doing, we're going to step back and do something a little bit special tonight, a little bit spooky perchance, as we go in to see a local tournament for Super Smash Bros. At the Boise State Esports Arena. Calling all the action, my name is Audrey Norris, joined by Sebastian Leeper as we catch everything going on tonight in this awesome best of three-stock tournament with both a winners and a losers bracket, with best of 5 for the top 8.
Indeed. It's going to be very spooktacular. I want to see how the competitors can deal with it, and I want to see their costumes tonight, to be honest. Not only their A-game in the game, but also out of game, as we have a couple people lining up with their costumes.
Showing off their Halloween spirit tonight as we get into it. I think something fun that we also get to see tonight, too, is, like, as I said, normally we would have a, varsity team match going on where we would be seeing a lot of players of just kind of similar skill sets going against each other, but tonight we get to have the fun of variety. Something we talk about is how it can be really fun to see, different characters that we don't normally get to see, but more often than not in competitive, we don't always get that. But in local tournaments, we get the full array. And so something I'm personally excited for is just to see some of those goofy characters that we wouldn't normally see get to pop up and have a lot of fun, which is some unexpected plays. Because, although sometimes, the main strat works, but why not have fun and do a Hail Mary?
Yeah, and including that, I'm really excited, but fighting games allow a lot of people, even if they aren't the highest skilled or most hour time, they don't have the most hours put into the game. They can, everyone can represent and join a tournament. There's not that much of a fee. They can just have fun and play. And that's what we're going to see tonight as well.
Yeah, and Boise does have a lot of people that love to play Smash Bros. Just from a variety of skill sets, from the professional to the local, just having fun with some casual gameplay. So we get to have a lot of fun tonight as we get to check in with all of the skill sets, all of the people who are playing, and just have some fun with some unexpected characters. Speaking of characters, since we do get to see maybe the full roster of funny things, are there any characters that you might be excited to just see tonight that we haven't seen during PEC or Mountain West?
I think the icon of fun and jankiness in this game is Hero, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him tonight. All that RNG and his vast toolkit. It's just fun all around, so that's probably who I want to see the most tonight.
Yeah, you know what I heard too as well, that we do have a Steve player coming, and something that I thought about was the fact that yet in this season we have not actually seen a Steve show up. There were people who played Steve, but they did not pick Steve or just weren't around for the matches. So we've been saved from the mix-up that is Steve whenever he joins Super Smash Bros. But tonight we might be seeing some Steve action. And although he's not my favorite character, he's kind of fun sometimes to see until he minecarts you into oblivion.
That's not hype.
Maybe it's hype. Sometimes it just depends. If it's a really cool play, it can be hype. But I don't know. I'd love to see some characters we don't normally see, as long as it's no mirror matchups against certain Fire Emblem characters.
Marth is not real, and he cannot hurt you.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think he's definitely gotten to me before. But I will be excited to see, if Marth shows up, hopefully it's just not against another Marth, and then it'll all be good. My Fire Emblem rant won't need to come out at that point. We'll be safe from it.
It'll be fine. What are the odds?
Don't say that. There's no wood to knock on this desk right now. Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
Besides that, I don't know. Maybe some of my favorite picks. I'd love to see more Incineroar, my boy, my favorite. And then, good old Bowser is always a good pick. We've seen a couple of these characters going into it. Bowser's been a fun one. I hope to see more of him. I know Melfor is around, a previous Boise State player, as well as just a local community member, and he likes Banjo and Bowser, so maybe we'll get to see a little bit of both.
Maybe. Seems like the grapplers, we need to grapple with the fact that we are starting the set here with Villager and Pikmin, or pardon me, Villager and Olimar. The opposite of grapplers. You get to deal with some zoning right now.
Yeah, as we can see, we are going into a best of 3 here against these two players. We haven't jumped in super late into the game, so we can already see first stocks have not been taken out. Villager giving a pummeling to Olimar here, but Olimar has been able to get some good damage off, leaving the Villager at 65% to 46% right now.
A little bit of normalcy from Supersonic. Supersonic is a person we have seen play a lot during the the circuits for Boise State, but I do want to see what Vegapunk is representing throughout this set. I'm seeing a lot of Lloyd from Villager. Makes sense. It's probably their most key move. It's that rocket.
Villager not really able to get through to the Olimar yet, however, sitting around 129%. Not your favorite spot to be in, as Olimar's just kind of been keeping them on the ledge here.
Just run away and Lloyd. That is the plan, but it gets stuffed out by a purple fair, our favorite Pikmin, the purple one.
Yeah, he's got two of them hanging out right now, too.
Yeah, two of them and a red. One of the most beautiful lineups Olimar can have here.
Oh, little red is gone, replaced by a yellow, and jumping into it with the stock gone for Villager, now down one stock in this match. 82% onto the Olimar here. Oh, that's dangerous. If only it was the other direction, you might have actually gotten the stock off on him, but Olimar being at 110% here is not the best spot.
Manages to evade, oh yeah. A little bit of a scramble situation with the Villager up B there. Ends up relatively scot-free though, takes around 30%. Not the worst situation for Vegapunk, as he's really just looking for the stock, to be honest. Olimar at 123%.
123 to 83%. Olimar just hanging onto that stock as best he can. Vegapunk looking for his opportunity to just kind of take it away. One good, really good combo here could be what he needs. He does get Olimar off the ledge, but he's able to recover. I mean, once again, Pikmin recovery is just so good. Just get to fly away over everything.
And it's just so awkward. Villager has to commit to so many smash attacks here to try and find this stock, and it's just not working out, as Vegapunk is kind of scrambling here, getting some stray hits for 148, but Supersonic's responding with a blue Pikmin up throw to go up 2-0 stocks total taken.
Ooh, waiting on ledge, looking for an opportunity, but Olimar is able to avoid the attack. Now just sending out some more abilities. Ooh, gets him caught in the combo, 167% right now. Big thing for Villager is just one good stray hit on ledge. That's what he needs to take the stock. He's not really getting his opportunity here. Olimar gets the grab, gonna knock him off the ledge, and now has to play a little bit of a scary ledge game here with Olimar. Ooh.
Great situation for Supersonic, and you have so much extra credit at this point. It is desperate for Vegapunk to try and clutch a comeback here. But it all starts with those stray hits forcing Olimar onto ledge.
Ooh, and with the purple Pikmin coming out, yeah.
Purple Pikmin and Rage. Olimar at 181%. That Rage, it's a mechanic in Super Smash Bros. Where the higher percent you are, the more knockback you do. And
gives you a little bit extra room to work with. You're like, I am so close to being knocked out that I would like you to go as far away as possible from me, please.
Bye-bye.
Which, you know, really good for Olimar considering he doesn't often actually get a lot of knockback in his.
Yeah.
So once you start getting it, although you don't want to be at 180%, honestly, anytime you get to sit there at 180% as any light character, that's insane.
Yeah.
So being able to do it is always a good feeling if you are Supersonic playing on Olimar.
Yeah.
So,
and if I'm Vegapunk, I'm just scrambling in my head. How do I solve the problem of finishing this stock for Olimar? I think he was playing really well early on into the round, or game, pardon me. But it was really just a matter of securing the kill move. And I think I want to see a bit more fair and bear, specifically from Villager, to be honest.
I mean, I think one thing too is that like when we were looking at like the projectile game, because both of these characters have solid projectiles, something that is always going to be rough for the Villager is just their projectile speed is significantly slower than the Villager, like, well, just than Olimar, and Olimar being such a like fast and loose character who can, you know, has great recovery in the fact that the Pikmin just pick him up and he flies away, and he's pretty fast. It's not exactly easy to catch him off guard with a lot of ranged attacks, and so they kind of have to be the diversion to catch him into a spot you want him to be in versus your like main play, which is just always hard to pull off.
Yeah, he's so sneaky, and Villager being so great on the ledge, like he's one of the top characters on the ledge, as most projectile characters are. It's kind of mitigated by how nimble Olimar is being in this game at the moment.
And we saw Vegapunk, that is what he wanted, so we'll have to see if we can get a comeback here from Vegapunk in this next round, or if Supersonic will be able to secure it right here.
Hometown advantage for Villager. Let's see if it pulls any weight.
So true. We love the hometown advantage. Get a little bit of time on this stage. 41% to 17% right now. Vegapunk looking for his opportunity, but getting knocked near the ledge and kind of just having to deal with the Pikmin onslaught.
Managing to get a little bit of screen positioning, but Supersonic fighting it straight back to the ledge. And that's brutal. The Pikmin back air forces Vegapunk to his second stock quite early on into the game.
54 to 0% now. Hanging out on that ledge, playing a bit of a ledge game to see if they can get an early stock. Not able to get it from Supersonic, so looking for that ledge opportunity here. Ooh, does catch Supersonic before he can grab the ledge and get his recovery, so just going to kind of force him there, though, not able to capitalize on the opportunity as much as he would like.
Here, Supersonic is kind of a shark in the water. Villager being above Olimar is not the best situation, especially with those two Pikmin. Brutal knockback.
Ooh, once again,
oh,
on the, oh!
Just for fun. Villager up B, not the best on, oh my goodness. Oh. Supersonic was weighed down a lot by purple Pikmin there, just for the nerds out there. That's why that recovery ended up not working. Bit of a breath of relief for Vegapunk here. Still a lot of road to work on, though, to finish this game in your favor.
Losing a stock is always a good thing, or gaining a stock, I suppose, off of your opponent is always good, and, you know, recovery failure is a classic issue, especially when your Pikmin kind of determine what's going on. 35 to 23% now, kind of hanging out more in the middle. Supersonic looking for his opportunity with the Pikmin here to get Vegapunk off the ledge, and we can see it's again going near that ledge for the ledge game, but Vegapunk holding fast here, wanting to get as much damage in before that can possibly happen.
Yeah, it's just so brutal. The Lloyd Rocket is colliding with Pikmin here, so one of Villager's best move is kind of being neutralized, I'm noticing. Very easy for Supersonic to stop that game plan from happening, and once it's taken away from Villager, there's not much left for him to do, as the purple Pikmin does end up taking the forward air and the stock.
Yeah, and with that, the first round that we'll be watching, Supersonic is able to take, but not without a good fight from Vegapunk. I mean, you were just talking about it. The issue of anytime your projectiles can get stopped by another character is, you know, a tale as old as time for how devastating it really is. I mean, as we've talked about with good old DDD on Boise State Esports team, if those Gordos get stopped, you're not having a good time. So with any character, the projectile game getting denied is never a fun feeling. But I did like how we were able to see just how much he was really thinking about the ledge, and knowing that if he could get a good attack off on to Supersonic while he was on the side, that he could get the knockout on those stocks, and he was really hunting for it. But playing against such a light character, that was just the challenge.
Yeah. I did like what Vegapunk was going for. It was just difficult, to be honest. You have to be in the Olimar brain, like player's brain, to actually secure the stock once you've gotten in position, and it's just really difficult at that point in the game. And it ended up just going downhill for Vegapunk.
Yeah. Though I do think it was fun to get to see some Villager gameplay. We don't really get to see them that often, but they have just such a fun moveset. You know, I mean, they're a character for the fighting game, right? Like when you look at fighting games and you're like, oh, the type of characters they're going to bring in. Well, it's going to be the fighters or characters adjacent to the fighters that have some sort of weaponry. And then they bring Villager in, and their moves consist of pulling out their like axe, cutting down a tree that they watered on the ground, or bringing out turnips to attack, or a bowling ball. And it's just such a fun theme for a character. It's so goofy and out of the ordinary that it's just such a fun thing about Super Smash Bros.
Yeah, I love how they incorporated, because Animal Crossing is definitely, like you're saying, definitely not good, quote unquote, for a fighting game as a basis, but they just masterfully transferred all of those assets that wouldn't usually be that good for a fighting game into Ultimate.
Yeah, that's something that I like about Ultimate in general, is like when they were looking at the celebration of the IPs and all the things that they could have in the game, and they were like, you know, we have this fun game. It's a cozy game. It's a casual game. You know, you go in, well, for some people it's casual. For some people it's their entire life, you know. You go in, it's like, I want to plant some trees, make my house, make my dream world. It'll be great. It's so peaceful. It's so calm. And then it's like, yeah, we're going to make them fight. We'll have them join the fighting game. It'll go great.
Though, honestly, every time I boot up Animal Crossing, I end up shaking a tree with bees. So my experience in that game is definitely not peaceful.
Yeah, I have yet to actually play an Animal Crossing game yet, just because I haven't had time.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
I've been like, I could buy it, but do I really have the time right now? I don't know if I have enough time to give Nook what he wants and get pay off my debt that I totally asked for, you know, this entire time. But it's just such a fun game with a good theme. And also, like, when we're talking like character design too, they are so simplistic compared to the rest of the models that it also makes me laugh. Like, we look at the great example. I mean, Olimar is probably one of the closest design-wise. I'd say that in like Toon Link.
Yeah.
But like the rest of them are just kind of like they look so simplistic, like poly count wise compared to the rest of the characters. Makes me laugh. Like, you know, you have a match between like Snake and a villager. It's such a goofy looking thing.
Just the disparity in vibes for every matchup in this game is one of the best parts about it, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at like other fighting games, like, you know, I was watching you play Guilty Gear earlier. There's still like a general art style in that game. Same with like, you know, any of the other fighting games. Why that
Street
all just
Fighter,
yeah, Street Fighter. I don't know
There we
why
go.
it just escaped me the name of Street Fighter. I was like, we have characters from this game
Ryu
in Smash
isn't real.
Bros. Ryu isn't real. I'm just imagining Ryu and his mirror, well, his Echo
Ken.
Fighter. We don't need to talk about it. It's fine. Ken doesn't exist either, you know. But yeah, I do love that about Smash Bros. And just the goofiness of the idea of that they're all here and it's every franchise and every goofy character you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, it's just on principle, it's ridiculous, and it's definitely a reason that we're still playing this game. We're about 5 or 6 years after launch, I believe, and we haven't had patches for quite a while. There are some balance concerns. We've brought up Steve before, and even despite the Steve controversies, Sonic, all of these top tiers, the core basis of the game and what it represents is more to a lot of people than just competing, and that's a big portion of why we're here.
Yeah, and something I really appreciate too is whenever I don't play Super Smash Bros. As competitively, so a lot of times when I'm going to ask for advice or information, I go to our team, like, and I ask them, like, oh, what are some thoughts or things that, like, to keep in mind? Like, are there characters, like, things specifically I want to know, like, what's the meta? And they're like, well, there technically is a meta, but at the same time, it's okay to play what you like. And that's something fun. Like, again, I mentioned the DDD earlier. Like, I was talking to that player, and he was basically explaining to me, like, DDD is not considered one of the best characters, but I do enjoy playing him, and through that, you know, he does pretty well overall. And, like, I'd say the only thing you really need to care about in Smash Bros. Is whether or not you're playing online versus locally, because that's the only true time where a character can go from really fun to really painful.
Yeah, personally, I could bore this entire stream for about 2 to 3 hours about how bad the online is in this game compared to every other fighting game. But I don't think that's why you guys are here, and it's definitely not why we are here. So I digress.
Yeah.
I do like that you mentioned DDD and Leodog specifically, one of our players at Boise State, because every time I've noticed them trying to switch off of DDD for meta reasons, I've noticed they've played worse. And it's definitely because they're just not playing for fun. They're being a meta slave.
And that's never a fun
Speaking of
thing.
meta slave, one of our goats, OPZ here to play Steve, everybody, our favorite character.
We mentioned him. We mentioned that he might be around, and sure enough, we see him, and he's already
has
gaining the
Diamond?
resources. Yeah, I can't even believe it myself. Steve's already going to show off the power. We were talking about some of the craziness that this character can bring in, and well, we have it right here. Steve versus Princess Peach.
And that shield is basically non-existent at the moment. So Peach did have to trade her life for a chance to extend it, but nah, that stock was obliterated.
Yeah.
Steve having Diamond this early, we're going to see a lot of craziness occur.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dreamliner, they were not able to stop Steve from the mining grind, and he now has some pretty powerful weapons, 44 to 35%. Steve shielding to avoid some attacks, and Princess Peach really just, unfortunately, playing the role of a basketball right now, just getting volleyed into the air. Or I guess more of a volleyball, since basketballs, you want them to hit the ground. Ooh, gets thrown in the minecart and launched off the ledge, now at 93%. Got to do everything you can to avoid a powerful attack from Steve here.
Manages to land a little bit, running OPZ out of iron fully, actually. No minecarts for a little bit until the next time he mines, which might be soon, depending on how quickly OPZ takes this stock from Dreamliner, or Dreamliner might be able to fight back. 1 iron back for OPZ as we speak.
Dreamliner wanting to avoid it is not able to avoid the magma block and loses another stock to Steve as he's able to gain another diamond as well.
This is just ruthless now. OPZ has like 7 iron, just refreshed their iron or their diamond as well.
84% to 7%. Peach not feeling the most comfortable right now. Does get a parry off, which is great. Always want to be able to avoid as much. Gets the grab off, bringing Steve up to 94% here. Just wants one good hit to throw him off his game, but Steve is really not letting that happen here.
Forward air is inevitable from Steve. Eventually, it does become a true combo, and that's what we saw right there. And we went from 20% to 100% in a blink of an eye.
104 to 127 right now. Peach tries to avoid it, but gets hit by the anvil.
So Peach did forward air, a kill move, straight into Steve's block, and got anviled for her trouble.
Yeah, so speaking of Steve, we can talk about him a little bit since we're going to be seeing him going into the next match as well. Fun character, right?
Very healthy. Honestly,
He's such a fun gimmick character. Like for me, like when he was revealed, it was hilarious because we were trying. Right, we're last character. We're like, what is it going to be? We have no idea. There's like so much like interesting ideas people have been trying to guess, and then the announcer just goes Steve, and it's like what?
Yeah.
And it doesn't help that, like, compared animation-wise, we were talking about models-wise, right? Animation-wise, man's a blank face. You just see him stare.
Here from Dreamliner.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. As we can see, a little bit of a mix-up here to maybe counteract some of Steve's powerful attacks, getting a powerful character with the limit break. Cloud going to try and deny the mining as fast as possible here, which we see they're looking for that opportunity.
Cloud is a classic good matchup into Steve. I mean, it's not a guaranteed win here, but
does give you some room to work.
Yeah, relatively easy character to pick up, and a pretty good matchup into Steve. The problem here is I'm worried that OPZ has too much practice in this matchup, but we will have to see if that comes to fruition.
98% to 74%. Dreamliner hanging on a little bit longer now. Gets the TNT off.
I don't think I've ever seen that interaction, I can't lie.
That's actually really cool that interacts that way.
Into back air, securing the stock.
Cloud losing a stock here, but Steve is not.
Great DI from Dreamliner there. Manages to not take more than necessary with a great read on F smash as well.
Now 2-2, only about 33% onto Dreamliner right now with limit break. Going to force force Steve to work with how he wants to play for a little bit. Cloud is not able to get the limit break off, unfortunately, but starts to put some damage onto Steve.
And representing that up B out of shield, Steve's shield pressure is very strong, but Cloud can mitigate it a bit with that up B. Very nice option to have. Basically a reversal.
84 to 42% limit break is activated, but the magma block goes out, denying both the stock and the limit break.
Kind of a brutal 2-4-1 in the favor of OPZ here. And gold up tilt is a very funny move if you haven't noticed. Runs out of axe swings, actually. OPZ does need to end up crafting a new up tilt if he wants to be able to use it to its best effectiveness. Or he can just keep on punching the air.
Yeah, limit break is back, but Steve is able to block it with his shield very quickly before taking any brutal damage. But is going to get taken out. My goodness, I was not expecting that immediately there. Now both down to one stock, although Cloud is a lot higher in percentage. It is not quite out of it yet. Another limit break has been activated, but the minecart. Oh!
The crafting table made that unsafe.
My goodness.
Just one of the many things about Steve that are hard to understand.
We love the minecart.
Minecart.
Oh, tries to go for another minecart, but Dreamliner is wise to that trick now. Gets some more damage off, taking the lead in percentages here now.
Do not fray, though. Steve can turn this around at the touch of a finger.
Limit break not being able to use. Anvil does come out, and although Dreamliner was able to bring Steve down to one stock, not able to take the match as this next best of three goes into Steve's favor.
Into OPZ's favor, yeah. I think Dreamliner, the Cloud choice was
it worked really well. Yeah. Like, for just having to go into the second match overall, having Cloud as the pick is a really good idea. I mean, as we've talked about a little bit, like in the season that we've been going on, something that's interesting about Cloud is that Cloud forces you to play the game he wants you to play. Yeah. And that's exactly how Steve works as well. So when you are faced against a character that forces you how they want you to play, the best option is typically to also force them how you want them to play as well, because it counteracts that I have complete control of the match. Yeah,
it kind of makes both players play a lot more honestly, if that makes sense. You can't really do the degenerate tactics of just building a wall or trying to limit break.
Exactly. Like, I mean, Steve can't just go, I'm going to hide in my little igloo in the corner, because if he does that, then the limit break's going to get charged, and as soon you might have your diamonds, but he'll have limit break, and then you have to guess who's going to get it first. And, that's not always a fun bet to make.
And Cloud forward air and back air are also really good at stopping the Steve walls as well, so it's not like it's a one-trick pony for Cloud in that matchup. Something else I did want to mention is, I did mention it during the game, but up B out of shield, OPZ was abusing Dreamliner's shield the first game on Peach because Peach is bad defensively. But the second game, Cloud has a lot more defensive options, and that gave Dreamliner a lot of momentum.
Yeah, no, I think like having the defensive options against some of those attacks, especially when you're trying to avoid things like the anvil and the magma block, like being able to deal with just the normal attacks that he'll like run up against you with, which by the way, as I was talking about with the animations earlier, that's what's so goofy about Steve is when he does run up to attack you, it's just pop, 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 pop.
He's just hitting you, like,
it's
what?
Just so silly.
Why are you here? Why are you running at me?
It's like, how are you doing this? Like, it doesn't make sense, but that's just how the character works. Honestly, I kind of wonder if when they were making the character, it's like, so how do we animate him? It's like, don't worry, just chop.
I mean, that's more beautiful than any animator could have asked for, to be honest.
Yeah, the animators were like, oh, this is an easy one.
Yeah.
He makes no like expression changes, no nothing. He just stares at you deadpan as he smacks you off the stage with his axe.
It's also the bane of competitors, actually. It's really hard to understand what Steve is doing sometimes.
It is a little jarring to watch. Like, when he's just moving forward and hitting you, like, every time I'm like, I need to, like I was like, what am I watching? What is happening?
He doing?
It just feels, I think it just feels so fundamentally wrong. Because that's not how, like, normal people look at all. Because, like, we have joints, we bend, our arms move, and, you know, knees exist. But for Steve, that doesn't happen. And so it just looks so weird.
Yeah.
It's the only way I can describe it is I just watch it and I'm like, this is weird. I don't like it.
And that's the epitome of Steve, to be honest. His of weirdness went, like, dialed to, like, 12. Not even 11. He just skipped the level 11. Just everything he does in the game is so off-putting and so different from the rest of the cast to a further extent than even Smash Bros. Is founded on, where a lot of characters play differently.
Yeah, he'll be fun, and we'll be able to see him a little bit more as we continue into the tournament since he did win. So
that is not going to be OPC's last situation.
Don't
OPC
worry.
has been winning a lot of regionals. I believe he went to Fall Brawl just last weekend and won, which is a yearly bracket, actually. So we're probably going to be seeing a lot of OPC.
Yeah, in addition to that, we'll be seeing plenty of Steve throughout the rest of this tournament, but while we're waiting for the next players, we'll go to a quick break as we're preparing for our next match.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything. Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
You're so hypnotizing. Could you be the devil? Could you be an angel? Your touch magnetizing. There's a guy I'm floating, leaves my body glowing. They say, be afraid. You're not like the others, futuristic clever. Different DNA, they don't understand you. You're from a whole other world, a different dimension. You open my eyes, and I'm ready to go. Lead me into the light. Kiss me, and fill me with your love, and fill me with your poison. Take me, wanna be a victim, ready for affection. Your touch so foreign, it's supernatural, extraterrestrial.
No. Come on, where is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You've got it.
And back on again. Ow, 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 ow. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena as we continue our coverage of our local Super Smash Bros. Tournament going down in the Boise State Esports Arena tonight for our Halloween event. It has been a already very fun and exciting match that we've had. We got to see 2 matchups against some very talented players with some great skills going into it, and this is going to be our best of 3 3-stock matchups, with the top 8 having a best of 5 instead with 3 stocks going into it, both a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. As we continue our coverage tonight, it'll be, good old me and Yada as we catch all the action.
Yeah, and you mentioned great players here, and some of our greatest in Idaho are on the stage right now with J-Muse, one of the most iconic Luigi's, as we're straight into the match. With Inkling on Diego HD. Diego HD actually had a promising run last time around in a recent bracket, actually taking a game or a set against J-Muse, interestingly enough.
Yeah, and as we jump into it, we can see already 2-2 here, both losing a stock with some crazy melee gameplay going. Luigi taking out another stock from Diego here as he's at 71%, but hanging on pretty well, just kind of getting up close and personal.
J-Muse is very practiced on those command grab setups. Ends up taking the stock a lot of the time as Diego feels the pressure and has to deal with Luigi at low percent once again.
Now we can see Luigi now at 105%, wanting to be a little bit more careful as he's getting hit by Inkling's attacks, has a little bit of ink on him. It is slowly going away though, giving Diego less room to work with right now, down and out of resources, but getting some good damage on, going for the offstage battle, but not able to really capitalize on the opportunity here.
Oh, the multi-hit. That's actually very tragic for Diego, that down tilt multi-hit. Did end up not fully connecting, which gives J-Muse a little bit of a lease on life. This back air from Inkling, very consistent move though.
169% now on Luigi, taken out now at 0%. It is 1-to-1 stock-wise here, 59% onto Diego, 2% on J-Muse, as both players know this is their opportunity to take the first of the rounds and set the precedence. Neither of them wants to give up so soon.
And yeah, Diego clawing their way back from a pretty unfortunate 2-stock situation here. I'm loving how they're playing, but they have to just march on
really
a little
hang
bit
on
further.
Here. Yeah, unfortunately for them, Luigi is putting on the pressure. He's got some reliable attacks, both with the fireball and the plunger here. As we get, a grab off into another attack. Diego is going to lose the stock, but not without bringing J-Muse down to 1 himself.
Yeah. And honestly, for how brutal the situation was, I believe Diego lost 2 stocks to grab shenanigans. That was very playable. Diego was, as you mentioned, very close to securing that game. And I think his game plan was pretty solid. The back airs and the utilization of neutral B was pretty strong to deal with Luigi's projectiles.
Yeah, one thing that just, of course, never helped was the resource management on the side of the Inkling, having to deal with that while dealing with a Luigi who, is more than comfortable to get up close and personal and punch you in the face, is never an easy thing to deal with. So always a fun matchup to see. I'm excited to see Inkling. We haven't seen them yet in a while. I love the character. I love Splatoon, so it's a fun game to see show up
Splatoon
as we jump in.
Fun. I would play a lot more of it if I could use mouse and keyboard, but that's not here nor there.
No mouse and keyboards anywhere in sight as we go into the next matchup between these 2 players. J-Muse taking the first one, looking to secure his win, with Diego looking for an opportunity to take a win himself.
That opportunity is going to vanish if he keeps on eating grabs from J-Muse, though. The problem is, if J-Muse knows that, he can play around it as well. So it's a little bit of a mental game. Diego winning it out this time, getting a strong position, not fully the stock, though.
Inkling getting 95% onto J-Muse, however, and on ledge, looking to secure a kill. Not able to do it, though, as J-Muse gains the advantage now, pushing Diego off from being able to get a good recovery here. Now 95 to 88%, 93, 108. J-Muse has been able to turn around the match and gain the advantage.
And yeah, just the plunger shenanigans as a ledge drop option is so annoying to deal with. That's the best word to put it as. It's a simple one, but Diego dealing...
Simple but effective.
Yeah.
And with that, Diego's first stock is down. Though with more resources to work with, now being at max ink, a little bit room to work as they work to secure this stock here. 109% is not a fun spot for Luigi. As we can see, another grab going out though, going to let Luigi get a combo off, but Inkling more than happy to avoid that if possible.
Yeah, Luigi's rage mechanic we've mentioned before, actually stopped that grab combo from fully being true, Diego taking advantage. Very specific routing there for Luigi, but Jamie still gets quite a lot of value off of it, as Diego looks for value on his own to take the stock.
144%, really dangerous zone for Luigi.
That is so huge for Jamie. It's a 1 in 16 chance, I believe.
Yeah, with that misfire, able to get back, but Diego is able to secure the kill here and denies really that opportunity from going anywhere for Jamie, who's now 2-2. Diego still wanting to be careful at 74% on this stock.
Yep. Honestly, a beautiful position for Diego here. It's really annoying for Luigi to find the KO. Without a couple more interactions and consistency can get Diego a lot of percent here while he has a safety net. Though in Super Smash Bros, you aren't always safe no matter what. So Jamie could pull something out of a pocket, like an out of shield up smash, for example.
125% to 33% here. Now getting some more hits off, winning some interactions though. Having to shield to just avoid getting hit by more deadly attacks. Unfortunately for Diego, is going to be taken out and lose another stock, 2-1. The advantage now completely in Jamie's side.
No DI, no lives, as Jamie's ends up taking this at 2-0 in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah.
Diego sent to the losers bracket. That is top 8 qualifiers, so Diego has another chance at top 8 here for a best of 5 set.
Yeah. You know, another thing with that though too is that last attack that we saw there is kind of that like classic Luigi combo that if he gets it off, you're gone.
Yeah.
There's not a lot you can do. He punches you a couple times, then he uppercuts you, gone.
Yeah, the sweet spot up B, just brutal knockback. It kills at around like 60% even.
Yeah, it's funny. We've talked about this a little bit, but it's so funny to me how Luigi, of the two Mario Bros, like we like to joke a lot because like Mario is the character that you see is outgoing, the brawler, the hero, and then you go into Smash Bros, and it's Luigi that's kind of the menace, has the goofy counters, the spin to win, the just kind of massively frustrating grabs too. I mean, pulling out his good old vacuum from his own Luigi's Mansion series, he's got a lot to do with. I love that game so much. It's such a fun game to see Luigi in. But just with that, it's given him such a lot of stuff to work with and just a really good baseline too.
And all of those tools lead Jamie's to top 8 winners side. He does not have to worry about best of 3 anymore as we see him progress. And I would assume, I do not have the bracket pulled up, that most of the games afterwards are going to be top 8 qualifiers as well. So I'm excited to see which players end up fulfilling their path to the best of the bunch.
Yeah, for the good old best of 5 where, we get to see a lot more back and forth between the players instead of a lot of, that's the one thing, best of 3s are fun, nice, quick, fast, good for everyone going around. We don't get to see like a ton, but in a good, like a best of 5, you really get to see that back and forth come out where there's a lot of that, you get more time to study your opponent, get a feel for how they play. And so players that have an advantage when they can go quick and fast and like knock your stocks out as fast as possible before you can react, start to lose their ability to do that to you because you can start to figure out their tricks, figure out the gimmicks of the character, if it's a character thing, and overall be able to deal with them. But we might get to see a little of that with these two characters going in. Yeah. We've got Dadgum versus good old Princess Peach. Hey, a classic battle from the good old game. Peach versus Bowser.
Yep, with Bluka under their tag of the week. Bluka changes their tag every week, basically. And Melfor, pretty consistent local goers, and Melfor has the upper hand at this point, though Bluka has the technical ability to turn this around at any point.
Oh!
Not yet, though. The side B, Melfor just held W towards Peach.
I mean, hey, when he grabs you and gets to do the giant belly flop, there's not a lot you can do percentage-wise there. But Bowser looking a little bit in trouble here. Melfor at 106%. Being a heavy character, he's got some, little bit more to deal with here. But Peach is out for blood, and we can see that right there.
Rightfully, she needs the stock gone. A little bit of arthritis might occur even on Peach. 152. It is a heavy, but honestly, this is not the best situation for Bluka, as Melfor can use this rage, use this percent to evaporate stocks if given the chance.
We'll have to see if he's able to use it, though. Right now, Princess Peach just kind of knocking him back and forth, not really letting him do a lot here, as the knockout does go through, bringing it 2-2.
That was beautiful by Bluka, using the Mr. Saturn and RNG item to side B and be in the air for a forward air. Pretty funny situation.
Yeah, not really letting Melfor do much there, taking him out.
This is the bane of heavyweights. Now you're combo food, and Luca is ready to capitalize, taking the advantage from a situation that was originally not the best for her.
And now we see going back and forth, 100% to 91%. Melfor trying to find his opportunity here, not really able to get it yet, as Princess Peach kind of holding control of the area. Just middle is locked down, but
yeah.
wow, good read there from the shell.
Great adaptation. We talked about it before, but Luca was using that side B quite a lot, and Melfor adapting with the up smash. Good time to choose that, but you need a couple more reads to get percent here, or your stock is gone if you are Melfor.
You might see that happen right here. Princess Peach looking for that ledge guard, trying to get it, and does get the knockout. 1-1 now, fairly even with only 7% onto Peach.
That turnip is very scary. It could spell the doom for Melfor. We have to see, though.
7% to 23%.
A little bit of a misinput.
Yeah, missing the attack could be dangerous here. Peach gaining, once again, control of the center. Ooh, gets the combo and grab off onto Melfor. Now 86%. Bowser not wanting to immediately engage as Peach is just back and forth here with the turnips, having a lot of fun. Oh.
Yeah.
We're about to see a crazy combo, but Melfor was not about to let that one happen.
Yeah. Though, even without the trains, these turnips are brutal for Melfor, for shield pressure and for real pressure as she throws them around.
Not really letting him play the game a ton, keeping him in the air, 176% on the Bowser. Ooh.
One more of those and Melfor will steal the game from Princess Peach's hands.
So he's looking for it, but he's a little bit too early on the up smash there, and now at 194%. Needs to get into the center as fast as possible. But once again, Princess Peach is not letting him. Knocks him over to ledge, does not want to immediately engage. Using those stage extra little platforms.
Is that a dot eyes? That is a dot eyes.
Man!
The turnip forcing Melfor off, that is a 1 in 32 turnip, I believe. I might be wrong on the RNG there. Dada is the second strongest turnip.
We love how even the turnips have RNG strengths as well as like little faces so you can tell what's going on.
Yeah.
I love Smash Bros. RNG. It's so funny. But with that, Melfor is knocked out of the bracket and well, knocked out of this match. Game one. I'm going crazy.
We go. That was a long game. It's okay.
We're early into this tournament.
I do believe this is winners. I'd be surprised if this was losers this early on, but we have a little bit more of this matchup to go as we see if Melfor can make the reads to correctly triumph over Bluka.
Going to swap off from the characters that we normally see. We're going to see an Incineroar come out.
Both of the characters you asked for, by the way, Bowser and Incineroar.
Oh, Melfor is one of my favorite players to see him in because he's got the Banjo, he's got the Bowser, and apparently he's got Incineroar now too. So it's kind of got the all-in-one package for my caster commentary here. We can see already trying to get some damage onto Peach, but Peach is really not letting it happen right now.
And the slow movement speed, Bowser is like heavy, so you would assume he's slow, but he's not the slowest. Incineroar, on the other hand, if he's not in the air, he's a rock. So I need to see how Melfor will move around, considering that so far it's just been brutal from Princess Peach.
Yeah, kind of a chunky guy. He's so heavy that when he's running, you can hear the like thump, 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 thump. It's so funny to me. 135. Oh, almost got it there.
Crazy interactions happening there.
A lot going on there. Melfor almost getting off a really dangerous attack onto Peach, though not really able to get that. Might get the recovery, but denied. 3-2 now.
On top of the linear recovery Incineroar was forced into. Impressive. A little bit of a turnip train misinput there. Great for Melfor. Is that another dot eyes? I think that is. That did like 30%.
Hard to tell there with
there
all the
it is. Yeah, it was.
Now 90% to 88%. Peach getting.
Oh, the armor on up B. Melfor has been using up B quite a lot, and it's been working.
Ooh, great timing there. Able to take out a stock. You know, side B on Incineroar is one of those attacks that just you land it right, it will serve you well, and we are able to see that as now bringing it 2-2 here, though at 108%. Still wanting to be careful if we don't want to lose that stock early.
And just Peach carrying around a turnip is more scary than 90% of the cast, in my opinion. You can't shield, or she's just going to kill you. And turnip just throws so much of the stage out of position, and that's so awkward for Incineroar.
Yeah,
as
Incineroar
well
also not having fun on the ledge. You know, Incineroar is not a character that likes the ledge unless you're trying to knock someone off the side with your side B. As we can see here, getting thrown almost out, able to try and attempt for a reflect, is not going to get it, but does get the leverage recovery here into another powerful attack, but not quite as powerful as he would like it to be.
Lariat,
Not able to get the,
5%.
We love the Lariat. Lariat's a nice little attack. Not able to get a damage reflection off yet, though, as he is going to get taken out by a side B.
One of Bluka's classics on this character, she uses it quite a lot pretty effectively. A lot of noob Peaches just try and spam it and get punished, but Bluka throws it in at times you likely wouldn't expect it.
I mean, that's the timing you want to see. Any good attack, you don't want it to be expected at all. That has been serving them well at 2-1 now here. Oh, goes for
it. Dead
Interesting.
Hell, yeah. He is out of here. And that is a plunge not only off of the stage, but straight into loser's bracket, as Bluka likely qualifies to top 8 unless I am misinformed.
You know, one of the funny things about that there is if he had one more stock left, that would have been like a really funny, goofy play for both of them losing their recovery, but unfortunately the stocks were not in his favor at that point. And with that, Bluka is able to move on. You know, I thought that was fun that we got to see how many different turn-ups came out from Princess Peach. You were talking about the 1 in 32 chance for the dot eyes.
Yeah.
Once again, such a silly interaction of just don't mind me, I'm going to pull out the turnip, and it might, you know, it might just do a little bit, or it might be the scariest thing you ever see.
Yeah. It might be a bomb. It might just kill me, kill you.
It might be everything, you know. It might secretly be a hero kamikaze out of nowhere, you know. Boom, gone. But no, Peach is a fun character, too. Also, I did appreciate, I didn't say it in match, but Bowser versus Peach. You know, Peach, if anything, Bluka being able to win the match was just Peach getting her revenge on Bowser for all the years of kidnapping and bringing to another castle for Mario to have to chase after.
Yeah, I mean, that I have to imagine that gets tiring for Peach after 40 years of it, so a little bit of retribution.
You know, if the characters could talk, I imagine that every time they get slotted together in Super Smash Bros., Peach just looks at Bowser, it's like, it's my turn, finally. It's like, you and me, we're done. I'm going to take all, it's like, this is my anger management sessions. Just go after Bowser and be like, "This, why'd you do this so many times?" I love the old video game lore. It's a great, I don't know, it's so fun. The plot's just, especially just with the idea of just how it's evolved over time too, you know, continues to happen in some shape or form, but now the characters are also friends sometimes, enemies occasionally, but in Super Smash Bros. They get to have fun.
Yeah, they might cart around even, as we do have a Mario Kart bracket here in the Esports Center as well, where they are likely friends since they're playing kart racers together.
I don't know, maybe they're joining just so they can also try to knock each other off of the carts. But
and our
speaking
favorite
of carts,
Steve and
is
I
back.
don't believe that is Jamie's. That is indeed Boss, the Toon Link. Another two representatives of locals here, pretty common player, as wait, it's not even POW, it's OPZ again. I got baited by the top left, pardon me. This is OPZ versus a Boss. We've seen OPZ earlier today.
We've seen how much damage he can deliver, but he's not getting as much of his resources out as he was in the previous matchup, though Boss is at a decent amount of damage here, wanting to be really careful, 119% onto Toon Link, but holding off the Steve as best he can.
Yeah, bomb to forward air, coming in close for Boss to stop the crafting.
Ooh.
And again, bomb to forward air. Bomb is like the key to Toon Link from what I've seen. Very important move.
Oh,
you know what's
does
even
get
more important?
mine-carded though.
Mine-card, the most important move in the game. If you aren't ready for it, you are gone, as we see Boss is.
106% onto Steve with a diamond as well. Now going to be able to go crafting if he so chooses.
A little scary at 106%. Steve is heavy, but I would probably hedge my bets with this Stone Axe, as we see how much damage it does. 52 off of one up tilt. Why not?
Oh, tries to get the anvil though, but is denied. Now 2-2.
But
hanging on.
You know, that's just the calm before the storm. OPZ representing the diamond here, and with any stray hit, you have to be fearing for your life, especially on ledge.
96 to 15%, 23% now, 93% onto J-Muse here, hanging on.
That is not J-Muse, but it's
Oh, yeah,
okay.
you're right, it's Boss.
My bad.
Yeah, Boss versus OPZ. 113% now onto Toon Link, not wanting to, you know, take any stray hits from, you know, what we saw with the anvil right there. Very dangerous game to be playing, but not able to get the recovery. Now 2-1.
Lose-lose checkmate situation for Boss there. Either take the attack or air dodge. What you can do is look forward in the match with a bomb in hand. Very playable for Boss still.
Yeah, now 95% onto Steve. Just want to avoid the minecarts as much as possible and get some combos off. We see the attempts going through. Steve goes for a grab, but is able to avoid it. Another grab goes out, though, and the combo begins, though. Toon Link, knowing that could be dangerous, is going to get denied the recovery.
Who needs a combo when you can just block them off?
It's like, oh, you're under the stage. I'm just going to make this a little bit harder today.
See ya.
Yeah. Once again, hey, we were talking about Steve, that we'd see him a little bit more, and well, now we get to display another one of Steve's fun things. He denies recovery sometimes when you're on ledge. He decides that you don't get to grab the side.
I mean, that's not hype.
Is that just gonna be the response to every Steve
Dude.
mechanic? Is that not hype?
That's not hype.
That's not hype. I mean, kart's hype at least.
Yeah, Mario Kart or Minecart, either way. Either game you choose here, you're going to have to deal with some form of kart BS, and in this case, it is Steve's.
Yeah, it's never a good feeling when you get hit by the minecart, too. Like, you have to watch yourself, like, sadly roll across the side as Steve catches up to you doing the very lifeless run, and you know exactly what's about to happen there.
Yeah.
You know, you're about to take a one-way trip to losing Stock Town on the side of either left or right stage, or if, you know, you fall off the side and he just lets you, you might just go all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, and then in that situation, it's even worse because he's just mining materials while you're falling to your doom. You're
just like stuck in the minecart watching him frozen in fear, and then he's just like up there. You're like, what is he doing? Just
as he mines his way to the start of this game with a Pichu swap from Boss. Not the worst choice. I do want to see him prove if it's worthy to deal with one of the best in Idaho, OPZ.
Light and speedy, quick on his feet, trying to get some damage off, but OPZ getting a combo onto this player, though Boss is not out of it yet, really trying to keep Steve from mining as much as possible here.
Yeah, impressive so far. Barely any mining has occurred from OPZ's side. It has cost Boss quite a bit of percent, but ends up taking the lead here, at least in percent.
Yeah, 58 to 62, does get hit by the magma block for a massive amount of damage, though runs right back to put on the pressure once again.
Yep, and building a wall, but Pichu can easily maneuver around the wall, which is quite a feat compared to Toon Link.
Oh, but the
That
read!
was devious. That's really awkward to maneuver around.
That was kind of an insane read there, too, knowing that. With the magma block there, Pichu has lost a stock, and now with a gold axe and gold weaponry in general, Boss is not wanting to get near Steve if he can manage it, at least not getting hit.
Yeah, turning from rush down to scared player, you still have to rush him down even if you don't want to with these gold tools. And Elytra actually doesn't end up saving OPZ's stock. Boss taunting a little bit, following Doc's keys to the game.
Yeah, 2-2 now, 60% onto Boss. Not the safest place to be, but now that the resources are reset for Steve here, not really getting as much damage from his weapons, able to try and put on the pressure, but the minecart coming out again to create some space.
Yeah, it's just the iron is really giving Boss trouble. That was a funny trick. Waits for the block to despawn so he can instantly minecart. And what, that was like 4 minecarts per second there from OPZ a little bit.
Ooh, almost went for the magma block, but Boss was able to avoid it that time.
Tipper
Now
fair
trying to get OPZ off the side, does go for the cart, but is able to get the recovery with the Electra. Now 131%. Boss is officially entered the danger zone if he wasn't there before. I mean, it's Steve, so what were we expecting? But
Oh, great job to
holding
beat the grab,
on the
actually.
ledge.
That was beautiful awareness from Boss.
Yeah, good reads all around here, as that is what you need to be able to avoid some of the little bit more cheeky plays from Steve's mechanics here. Oh, but the diamond has been found. So now it's up to Boss to try and avoid it, but he isn't
I
able
he had a kill
to.
throw, to be honest. It is Pichu, to be fair, but
Now with that,
great
Pichu
parry.
is out, but not before he can attempt to knock out OPZ. OPZ trying to go for an
there-
opportunity.
yeah, that was-
Great.
I don't think anyone was ready for that thunder, to be honest. Very beautiful.
I totally
from Boss.
forgot that Pichu could do that.
Yeah, but you know what's even more beautiful? OPZ denying recoveries ends up not happening, actually.
Pichu able to just kind of, I mean, with that recovery, you can kind of teleport around it, so as long as you've got the space, you can do it. But now OPZ does have the diamond weaponry out and ready to go. He's just going to peacefully farm for a second here.
He's just chilling. He was out of materials. Needs to fix that.
Yeah, Pichu not a big fan of
And
the weight game
yeah,
here.
these small battlefield platforms are so awkward for Boss because OPZ can make a wall of just 2 blocks, and then Boss also has to deal with the platform. It's like basically a couple blocks for free.
82 to 51%. Boss going quite a bit up in percentage. Does get a combo off here. Dodges the minecart as well. 85 to 63. The name of the game right now is to try and mine up resources, but Boss is really putting the pressure on for that.
Just a straight diamond back air.
Oh, the back air, though.
One of the strongest knockback aerials in the game versus the lightest character in the game is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah,
As
Pichu.
Boss is sent to the losers bracket. and
Unfortunately for
OPC
Pichu, yeah, you got a
moves
little
on.
bit of a taste of what Team Rocket gets every episode of Pokemon and got launched off the side. OPZ continuing in the bracket there. I did think that was fun though. I haven't really ever seen Pichu as a counter to Steve, but just being so fast and really good at getting those like combos and knocking them off their feet is actually a really solid strategy.
Yeah, I think it was a great adaptation, mostly because Toon Link, which is Boss's normal pick, he was doing fine on it, but it was so awkward around the blocks, especially the recovery and the platforms. He just couldn't really approach that well. So once OPZ started camping instead of holding W with like a brainlet, it ended up being worse for Boss. So I really do like the Pichu.
Yeah, and something we also got to see was just kind of the name of the game for fighting Steve. If you want to fight Steve, the best thing you can do is just try to prevent him from getting those resources. If you can stop him from mining, stop him from getting that much wanted gold or diamond, you're able to really elevate your experience. But luckily for us, we won't be seeing Steve for a little bit. We'll get a little bit of a break, and with that, we'll be throwing to a break while we wait for the next match to get ready.
No. Come on, where is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You've got it.
And back on again. Out, 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 out. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
You're so hypnotizing. Could you be the devil? Could you be an angel? Your touch magnetizing. Feels like I am floating. Leaves my body glowing. They say, be afraid. You're not like the others. Futuristic clever. Different DNA. They don't understand you. You're from a whole other world. A different dimension. You open my eyes. And I'm ready to go. Lead me into the light. Kiss me and fill me with your love and fill me with your poison. Take me, take me. Wanna be a victim, ready for affection. Your touch so foreign. It's supernatural, extraterrestrial.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything. Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Boise State Esports Arena as we continue our coverage of our local Super Smash Bros. Tournament for an extra spooky Halloween special event. My name is Audrey Norris, calling all the action with Sebastian Leeper as we continue this fun event of giggles, fun, and crazy plays as we continue the night.
Yeah, and there's more than just crazy plays and a tournament here. It is kind of just a vibe with a bunch of people in the venue at Boise State Esports, with Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, and just people partying around with the crowd right here watching Super Smash Bros. As we have Melfor and Undecided for a top 8 qualifier in this bracket.
Yeah, going into the top 8 qualifier, you know, continuing to go through the best of 3 stocks for all of the players. Once we get into that top 8, we will be seeing a best of 5 for the players, but for now we're still going to stay in those best of 3s. Whoever wins the first 2 matches gets it all. And it'll be a fun night as we continue. We've already seen, you know, a variety of like really fast games to really short games. Not a ton of back and forth yet, though, as all of the players have just been kind of getting either, you know, some rough matchups or just some really silly plays happening throughout the night.
Yeah, and representative of those really silly plays is someone we've seen 2 times. It's OPZ, the Steve player. Just the definition of silliness. And we will see him later on again in the top 8. But honestly, the back and forth sections of the sets will probably start here as we are going to play a losers qualifier match upcoming.
Yeah, as we continue both with the winners bracket, we do have the losers bracket as well. Those who aren't able to get through the winners bracket, which is all good. You know, when you're playing a best of 3, stuff happens, and so we'll continue to see the back and forths going for all the players as they get their next opportunity at a round going in with Zero Suit Samus and Banjo and Kazooie.
Yep. Melfor plays a lot of heavies and Banjo here, and that is what we are looking at here in the Zero Suit matchup. The big move from Banjo, everyone's seen it. It's his side B and a bunch of projectiles, but side B is invincible. It's forward moving. It's very scary. More scary right now, though, is this Zero Suit actually pushing a bunch of normals and closing the gap.
Yeah, 61 to 26% though. Banjo is keeping the percentage up and really keeping up the pressure. Unfortunately for Zero Suit, they grabbed the grenade from Banjo. Unfortunate amount of percentage off of that. Not really able to get a lot of damage off onto Kazooie and Banjo in return. Just kind of looking for that opportunity to get up close, but not really getting it. Now at 100% here.
And only one Wonder Wing expended so far from Melfor, but we are at the percent where it's near killing. A little bit of a ladder from neutral B, Banjo's bread and butter combo, ends up failing as we scramble for Let's position. The beautiful advantage states of this game.
140%, 70% Zero Suit, not in the best spot here, with Wonder Wing still giving Banjo a lot of backup. He's got 3 of those left for this stock, and he's pretty comfortable with them right now as it's just kind of going back and forth. Ooh, another Wonder Wing down though. The shield has blocked it, so a little bit of resource burn that Melfor doesn't want right now.
And honestly, if he can't find a secure way to find this stock soon, it might bite him as, as Banjo is very bad at securing stocks other than stray hits at this point. though most characters can find one at 175, to be honest.
Yeah, 175 to 119. Banjo really just looking for that one stray opportunity on the ledge to get some good damage off, but is denied with a grab. Now down to one Wonderwing. Really just needs one good hit here at 194%.
Unfortunate punish from ZSS there.
Oh.
Only got a grab. Wonderwings are out for this stock, but he is at 145, so we will see a bunch of stocks traded very soon. Keep your eyes out for any hit here.
Banjo trying to stay close to the middle, not able to get out of that grab and gets knocked off the side.
I love the parry attempt by Melfor, but the multi-hit actually countered it, but disadvantage Wondering, and we're back to basically even.
Yeah, Wonderwing, once you're above like 150% on any character, Wonderwing is a great quick finisher as we see that go through. Now Melfor using another Wonderwing to get back to the middle and try and gain control of this center area here. 53 to a 15%. Both sides just not really having a lot of power to get stocks at this point.
Yeah, I mean, something crazy has to occur for either side to find a stock just yet. So we're gonna be a little bit more chill here. Just press some normals, try and find some percentages to get a little bit of advantage. And so far, that's what Jeb, pardon me for the pronunciation, is doing quite well here with the back airs, the neutral airs, and the general ZSS moves. This is at the point of the game where it's really hard to secure a kill, though.
119%. Banjo's trying to get into a more dangerous position, trying to look for an opportunity, but not able to as the read goes through, knocking him to the other side of the map here. 61 to 139. Overall, dangerous position for Banjo, while Zero Suit is hanging on pretty comfortably right now.
However, even though it is percentage-wise scary for Banjo, Melfor has a lot of screen position here, and ZSS's shield is very low. Scary for both players as ZSS finds a hit, but
Wonderwing
response.
Once again, Wonderwing coming in clutch for Banjo. I mean, it's such a scary move when you can use it effectively. But we see another reset, 0 to 0% on the last stock here for their first map.
This is the stock trade going on here, and the market value is looking towards Banjo and Kazuri at this point in the match. 5 Wonderwings and 60% on the table, likely to rise in value here.
15% on Banjo with 74% onto Zero Suit Samus. Banjo adding on the damage, getting the fake out there. Wasn't quite where he needed it to be, but now has some solid advantage there as Zero Suit Samus not able to complete the recovery and takes the first match.
Honestly, it would have been better if that wasn't a fake out. It was the same thing.
I mean, that would have been such a nice freeze frame if he did get the knockout there. You know, Banjo, it zooms in, Banjo gets the punch, and then just, gets the fake out. You know, we love
Womp womp.
Yeah, Smash Bros. Loves his fake outs. Every time we get hyped for a cool move to be the knockout, it's like, but what if it wasn't the cool move that was the knockout? What if it was the recovery fail that ends up being what we see?
Gotta evaporate the hype, as always. That was a pretty slow match, which I kind of like to see, as we've been having very quick and brutal matches so far. I really do think this is the correct decision from ZSS here. Stick to your guns and outplay Melfor. Very possible as we move on to the second match.
Yeah, second match starting up fast, even though the actual match itself was a little bit slower than what we've seen. Already getting some damage onto both sides, however, with 44% on Banjo and 39% onto Samus. It has become much more of a middle game here, as both of them are just kind of vying control for the ground. Great grab there from Banjo, but Zero Suit's going to deny any potential ledge shenanigans.
Oh, wow. Oh, the roll read down smash ends up not working because of the multi-hit on up B. Very tragic. I don't think it would have killed, but it would have been beautiful for ZSS, as Banjo honestly just steals the advantage state for a while now.
Tries to charge up an attack, but doesn't get it. 122 to 85%. Samus looking a little bit rough here. Now, as trying to get, does get him stuck in the ground though, and with that, able to take the stock, and honestly surprised that that stock went first, and we'll get a fake out there too. I was about to say we were going to see another stock on, but not likely, as Samus is now going to try and throw Banjo into the air.
Wow,
Banjo does get the read on that one though.
Yeah, Zero Suit is so tall, she fit into that up smash and gave Melfor the stock, as we're pretty much even once again.
Yeah, Slow and Steady wins the race. Might be the name of the game for these two players right now, as they're both just trying to gain control and gain their opportunity windows. in play. Wonder Wing gets used twice really quickly here to deal some damage and for
Golden up
recovery.
smash. Not really the worst punish, to be honest. ZSS kind of awkward to find a huge hit, but instead, she's the one being hit, honestly.
97, 102 to 76%.
No. Yeah.
The ledge recovery is not going to go through once again. And with that, Melfor does gain the advantage here, but starting to get low on resources with that Wonder Wing here. Zero Suit Samus bringing him down to one left.
As it might be used here now. End up reserving his stock. Makes sense here.
Yeah, it's kind of the best knockout he has right now if he wants to be able to take this last stock before losing this one. Zero Suit trying to look for an opportunity, just grenades flying and trying best.
You know what?
Oh!
That was a crazy situation that ended up in absolutely nothing. And if I'm either player, I'm taking a sigh of relief, to be honest. Just
Yeah.
a lot of spaghetti.
That was about a chaos burger that could have been very dangerous to take any bite of, and both players did not want to partake. And speaking of which, 124%, Wonder Wing down, Banjo in the danger zone.
No resources on either side.
Oh!
Forward air. This time it's not a fake out.
Yeah.
As Melfor moves on in the bracket, out of losers.
You know, grenade into the attack, though, was going to get a lot better damage and knockback going forward. So good combo there from Melfor, really paying off in the long run, able to take the win there. Though, love to see some Zero Suit's gameplay. Have not really seen the character a lot. It's so funny because, you know, we see, like, Samus in her armor, and she's pretty dangerous, packs a punch. But Zero Suit also is kind of just, like, super crazy fast and strong as well. Like, I really like the addition of, like, the powered heals. So you see the character flip, jump around, and then just, like, absolute massive amount of damage just with that. And also, you know, essentially getting to ground someone by knocking them in and getting the stun, that's so dangerous and never fun to see.
Are always very fun to watch, to be honest, because they always require a read, I've noticed. And if the player finds those reads, it is just brutality.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially like a little fancy Goomba stomp for the player, you know? Like, I mean, when you watch it, because, like, the way that it works, it looks so similar to the little Goomba stomps that they do. But in that case, it's just, like, a little fancy one where you're, like, instead of you, like, getting poofed because you only have 1 HP, you're going to get stuck in the ground for a second and get to rethink your life choices as I prepare a powerful attack to launch you off the side. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, we love Samus for that.
Yeah, and honestly, I do love ZSS. She's been waning off for a couple years now, off of some brutal nerfs on her aerials. She used to have really safe and advantageous normals. We saw it quite a lot, that neutral air, the whip, is one of her best normals. Got a little bit nerfed a couple years back, but still very good on the side of ZSS. And people have been adapting. I like to see ZSS coming back into the fray.
Yeah, and she also just has the benefit of some balance, too. Like, some solid melee ability as well as some good range. And the grab, with the Electro Whip, having, like, the grab versatility there is always, you know, the grabs that have a little bit more range, a little bit more, you know, ability to just catch you is so dangerous because we've seen so many stocks lost off of grabs. I mean, it's such a painful thing, especially depending on the character.
Yeah, like, when I think of ZSS grab, I think of a game back. She just used to grab you and ladder you to the top from any percent. And that is just burned into my mind as a competitor,
like,
to be honest.
It's, you know, the, like, we're my friends now, we'll be eating soft tacos later. That's the energy that one has. It's like, you're my friend now, I'm going to take your stock all the way up here. Yeah, although they can't do that anymore, that is something to watch out with any character. And as we've seen, you know, plenty of characters are able to just knock you off the stage and to the side at any given point. So I think that's been just kind of the treat of getting this tournament, is just seeing some of the characters and the ways that they can combo. We were talking about that kind of crazy interaction in the middle where we're like, we're really glad nothing came of it for both players because I'm sure both of them were afraid of that. But that's like one of the interesting things about Smash Bros. Because of all the verticality in it, there's so many times where you'll just land in the middle and you're like, what just happened? I don't know what I just did. It's
so
like,
many scrambles.
Yeah, it's like projectiles went flying, the grenade exploded, I like dodged around someone and they shielded but then went for an attack and I missed it, and we're both just standing here like, what do we do now?
Yeah, like, wait, do I go back? Do I extend the interaction? What am I doing?
Do I run away? Do I stay here? Do I taunt for a second? That might be a good strategy, you never know. I mean, hey,
get in their
always
head.
taunt.
They already are in their head.
Right.
With a couple of spaghetti. Might extend it further, make them more confused.
Yeah, it's like, they're going to go for an attack. Taunts. It's like, what do I do with this?
What?
yeah, what's happening here? But yeah, that's the fun of just general attacks there. And, you know, something that we got to see a little bit more of that was just kind of the aerial play. Both of those characters were a lot more comfortable in the air than some of the characters we were seeing, except for, like, Olimar at the beginning of the game, where that's just kind of his bread and butter. But that's, like, you know, kind of the thing can be really scary with characters. Banjo's fun because he has that limitation of, like, he's really, really good for a while, but he's only got 5 opportunities to use that accurately. I said 4 as I was thinking about how the first time you ever see it, you go straight to 4. But he's got 5 overall. And every time you use one, you really hope it has that value for you.
Yeah, and I mean, the benefit of it is you're trading the limited count for the safeness of the move. You can't really punish it unless they use it really badly. So Melfor was using that to make some aggressive reads that either instantly won him a stock, or honestly, the leverage that the move gives you, he wasn't going to be punished.
Yeah, my brother hates Banjo because of that. Like so when me and my brother play Smash Bros, he would play Pac-Man, I would play Banjo. So satisfying to Wonder Wing him. He'd be like, "Why does that just knock me out?" And we'll get to see some more knockouts in a second as we go into Diego versus OK Masher, Pikachu versus Inkling.
Yep. And starting off strong for the Pikachu here, quick attack into a bunch of multi-hit strings. Ends up SDIing out, I believe, Diego did, using those defensive options to their advantage to find up throw into nothing.
46 to 28%.
Double jump lost.
Oh.
Actually. Doesn't matter though, has a great recovery.
Yeah, Inkling has some really solid recovery and able to get a combo off onto Pikachu here. Gonna knock him off near the ledge, but Pikachu has some great mobility and is able to just kind of avoid it immediately.
Yep. And he's going to use this mobility further to find a knockdown onto Diego. Diego not having any of it though, as they scramble for the height and ledge advantage.
82 to 99%. Inkling keeping the damage percentage up onto Pikachu, but Pikachu is close behind here. Getting some good attacks off, knocks the Inkling off ledge, but not going to immediately capitalize on that.
And we mentioned safe kill moves here. Both of these characters are kind of hard to find the kill on. Inkling does have Splat Roller, but it's not the safest move. And unlike Banjo Wonder Wing, so a little bit of a discrepancy here from last set.
And we can see high percentages on both sides, but not any quick knockouts until right there where Diego was able to take the stock, but at 137%, Pikachu is now looking for his opening to try and clean up shop, but Inkling's not letting that happen yet.
Yeah, and honestly, Pikachu needs to find something bigger than just one straight aerial. Kind of hard to find, though, at this point in the match. Kill confirms are off the table. All of them will send Diego too far, but not far enough.
146% onto Diego, 34% onto Pikachu right now. Diego holding onto this stock, does not want to let it go. Gets a grab off onto Pikachu, brings him off ledge, tries to combo with the grenade, but doesn't go off in time. And now at 162%, wanting to avoid as much damage as possible, and gets launched off the side, my goodness.
Fancy's kind of looking for a kill throw here. It's kind of scuffed though. Pikachu up throw isn't going to kill until around 200. Very scary. That's a spike. And I didn't even see the frame Inkling went down. It was just...
No, it was just done. Gone. Yeah, I was trying to process what happened there, but with that, the stock is gone, but not without some solid rewards. Using one stock, able to bring not only one stock down, but 2 almost, with now a 2-to-1 advantage on Diego's side here.
And just looking for the opener on both sides. We're at the percent where anything leads into massive damage. Both of these characters combo fiends as Diego finds a jab. Knockdown ability here for a bunch of advantage, but Pikachu then ends up getting it for now.
61 to 56%, playing that dangerous ledge game, but both of these players are completely comfortable with these characters and get back onto the middle of the stage to continue their brawl. Shielding a massive attack there, but still manages to get a hit in as Pikachu, I think that was like a failed recovery move there, so gets launched off the side.
What happened there is Faints wanted to quick attack, which is a move you have to control your stick onto.
Yep.
It
actually went down.
When it goes.
Yep.
And he chose down, which is what he wanted. But
just
in
a
Smash
little bit
Bros,
off.
when you're holding down, you cannot grab a ledge.
Oh,
so
yeah.
He needed to hold down and then release the stick. And unfortunately, that's not what occurred. So he just went straight to the
unfortunately for him, went
zone.
whoop, straight down the side. Probably got a mat. That's how you get like a rope burn off the side of the stage. Slide off the stage, down the ground. That's almost as just as bad as like the concussion that you can get if you get hit up into the stage, then directly down too.
Especially because it was self-inflicted this time around. Like, self-pain hurts more than an opponent brawling, I would imagine.
Yeah, jumping into the next matchup, both players a little bit more wise to the strategies. Going to quickly look for some interaction wins, but both players avoiding ult. What was that?
A little bit of fun from Feints there on the parry on the jab. I do want them to start punishing the rapid jab on shield a little bit stronger, but a flex is also quite funny.
47, 62%. Diego getting some good damage onto Pikachu already.
And Diego is just looking so solid here, using Inkling to their best advantage. These up airs and nairs are the bane of Feint's existence so far.
I mean, with the smaller stage too, Feints doesn't have as much to work with and has to deal with the Inkling, which on the ground, plenty fast and plenty strong, and just denies the recovery there from Pikachu, but he is able to get back on ledge.
Yeah. There's no room for feinting in Feint's situation here. Just has to go on all aggression, and that's the price to pay when you go aggressive, is that up smash from Diego. 3 stocks to 2.
Yeah, unable to take the stock, and with Diego at a very comfortable 51%. Attempts to go for the recovery, but isn't able to get it, losing another stock. Feint's not in the position he wants to be here, with Diego still at 3 stocks, able to hang on.
Yeah, and now it's up to Diego to just chill and force Feints to make the mistakes here to finish the set. Feints has got to lock in here to take these 3 stocks. Will we see it?
We'll have to find out here, as both players looking for a potential grab on the ledge, because you're trying to get an opportunity, but Diego is able to read it and avoids it, getting the roller out with some extra paint on the ground. Diego is not hurting for ink right now as he gets another attack off. 39, 53% onto Pikachu, just kind of forcing him off ledge, though Pikachu's not too scared of that yet.
And honestly, it just gets more brutal, but Feints is almost there towards the first stock. Well, Diego is making a couple of mistakes here on his advantage.
111% onto Inkling, 87% onto Feints.
Tries to catch out the roller, but Feints gets feinted by Diego, to be honest, and that might be the situation to end it. A little bit of time, but does it matter? Feints, can you turn the tides here?
Feints really looking for that window of opportunity, just not able to get it until now, bringing it 2-1 at 119%. Not a completely unwinnable game, but Diego is really hungry for that stock here, looking for that opportunity, tries to get a massive attack off, but Feints is able to dodge it. However, Diego gets the grab, bringing him off the side. Feints wants to be really careful here as he gets back onto the stage. Back and forth, both players playing super carefully here. A grab does go off for the Inkling. Inkling goes to capitalize on it and is able to take the stock and the match.
Diego, one of our last top 8 qualifiers, I believe. I don't know if that was the final one, but we will be seeing best of 5s very soon.
Yeah, and you know, that match was really fun to showcase, like, what can happen when you have 2 speedy characters going up against each other. Something we haven't gotten to see a lot, but just is fun, is, you know, when you're in this game, you want quick reaction times. You want to be thinking about it as many steps ahead as possible. When you're playing a fast character, you have to think a little bit farther ahead because you're naturally going to be reacting faster, your moves are going to be going off faster. When it's a fast character against a fast character, it's so hard to keep up at that point. Like, even just watching it, I'm like, what is going on half the time?
Yeah, and the moves just whiffing, they're so fast, so like the whiffs don't matter as much as like heavies. So it's a lot of space coverage, especially from the Inkling there, as their moves do cover a lot of space, those backers and those nairs. Diego's used them beautifully to find Pikachu and end up taking those stocks.
Yeah, Inkling's mechanic with the ink as well is also just really fun. The fact that, you know, you cover your opponents to gain some advantage, you use abilities based off of the ink, you know, like just like the normal game, you know, the grenade you can only use if you have a certain level of ink and you have to recharge it. It's a level of resource management that most characters don't have. And so being able to manage it and take out a fast character is a really impressive thing to be able to pull off.
I agree, though we did see Diego ran out of ink quite a lot, but we are going to see a classic of Gem State Smash here. Bluka versus OPZ, a matchup both players are very practiced in.
And another fun character we have yet to see in the normal season, Bayonetta coming out.
Yeah. And we're going to see why she might not be so fun for her opponents here, as Bluka almost starting a combo, but ends up ending the string early.
51% to 56%. Steve getting some good damage off, but having a lot of damage in return. Does get a grab onto Bayonetta, but doesn't capitalize on it. Just trying to go for that resource management here.
Yeah, and I believe this is...
Oh no!
Oh yeah, very scary. But Bayonetta has the recovery to deal with this, and great
it
reversal.
begins.
Yeah.
If you've ever, there are many characters who are afraid of the minecart, but Bayonetta is not one of them, as long as they can get their management up, but does get hit by the TNT.
Beautiful plus frames from OPZ. The TNT is so scary.
Oh, and gets comboed into the magma block, going to lose the first stock here, 3-2.
And Steve does not care, actually. That forward smash kills the rest of the cast there, but Steve had a block.
Yeah, with the blocks there, able to...
Now you have to block him.
Yeah, he's got that diamond there too, which is exactly what Bluka wants to avoid, trying to go for those combos.
But the Elytra is as clutch as it is in the base game. A little bit
not
short.
going to be able to get that, and with that 2-2 with 32% on to Bayonetta.
Look how fearful Bluka has to play now though. Diamond in hand. He is having a blast.
Yeah, OPZ getting a little bit of an advantage here. The diamond really helping to create space. Oh, witch time! That's crazy.
Went for a cool wave land on the platform. Ends up not happening. Some fancy witch twist maneuvers, not ending up happening or mattering that much. As OPC is forced into his shield quite a lot, I'm noticing from these ABKs. Parry is beautiful on the Veil side B there.
81% to 75% here. Now, once again, Steve continuously trying to mine with Bayonetta, just looking for those opportunities to grab him in a combo and send him to the stars. Not really able to connect as much as they want right now, but are going to get him into the air right here. Tries to go for the minecart to create space, but isn't able to. Now at 121%.
Has to use a Elytra, which will end up getting kill jet.
Oh!
What just happened? I guess OPZ just SDI'd to the ground. Probably defensive mechanic. Very unfortunate for Bluka there, as that is a kill jab. Likely would have killed, but OPZ instead gets the kill and built walls. So the only way to kill him is an up smash or a forward smash anyways.
Hey, if it works, it works. And with that, we're almost reset here with both players at one stock, but the magma block is going to create some great distance for OPZ. Oh, with that now, 51 to 51, Bayonetta getting a combo off. That wombo combo dealing so much damage with the minecart evening it up.
And honestly, OPC is running out of resources here to block the forward advances from Bluka, so we're going to see a lot of them here. The up tilt leading to huge damage. And the only situation I see OPC turning the tides here is finding the diamond, ends up finding a forward throw to grab it. And he just needs some time. Will Bluka give him the time, though? I highly doubt it.
Bluka creating some space for themselves, going to move up, goes for the attack, 131 to 72%. Looks for the opening, does get some good combos off here, and is going to get the knockout, taking Steve out for the first match.
Yeah, and Bluka taking the first game from OPC. We haven't seen OPC lose a game quite yet.
Yeah.
Beautiful plays all around, a very fast-paced match, which is forced upon Bayonetta there. Bluka is known for playing relatively slow, but it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, anytime, once again, we talked about how Steve is a character that controls the game, forces you to play a certain way. It's fast. You're not allowed to play slow, because otherwise you get to watch him mining in the distance and do whatever he wants. And with that,
running it back to PS2, that's how you know these are competitors. They don't really care for the stage list other than our classic here.
they want what they want, and they're going to get it. And we're going to start off with a grab from Bayonetta, bringing Steve off the ledge here, trying to get some combos off to try and deny the gameplay a little bit from him. Just keep him out of the air. We'll keep him on the off the ground in the air, dodging the attack though. Now going to give OPZ an opening to try and get a counter attack of his own.
That was beautiful from OPZ. Calls out the spot dodge timing with his own on the up tilt pressure. Very common counterplay. Finds the counterplay, because why not?
The counterplay working out in his favor right now, 81 to 71%, creating some space, is able to find the diamond. Yes. Now with that in his back pocket, Bluka will want to be much more careful.
Speaking of materials, I love how OPZ has been using gold a lot. Gold is underrepresented on tools, but we've seen it from every match from him. Unfortunately, that gold might be going away. A great STI though.
Oh!
And actually the stock that's going away is Bluka's.
Bluka losing the stock though. Is looking to take one of Steve's stocks back as fast as possible. Tries to knock him into the air, but isn't able to fully capitalize on it. Now having to back off with, once again, those gold weapons just being brutal.
I love the delay up tilt attempt from Bluka to call out a kill grab bait. but ends up not working. But what is working is these edge guards. Elytra, what a beautiful move for OPZ, however.
Oh, the magma block gonna deal massive damage here as Steve is now able to create some space and put some walls in the way. Successfully avoids it. Great dodge of the magma block into taking the stock here.
For those viewers at home, that red particle means you cannot tech to the wall there, and you also can't tech when you're being comboed by Bayonetta here. 83% on the board for Bluka.
Yeah, goal right now of Bluka as Bayonetta is to not let Steve touch the ground as much as possible.
Out of double jumps, out of resources, but blocks don't matter.
Oh, and with that, a stock is gone.
Yeah. Beautiful sequence from Bluka there. Honestly, it felt like a 0 to death. I don't think she lost a single interaction in that entire stock.
Yeah, 89 to 7% here. Bluka playing as much, like, as careful as they possibly can, really trying to avoid that. Gets the cart though, and Steve is able to get knocked out.
#1 on the list, and that's why.
List of things I want to avoid, cart. Oh, dangerous axe combo. Oh, into the pickaxe. Never a good sign there as the damage racks up 66 to 17%. Once again, those walls saving Steve's life all the time right now as Bayonetta trying to get him into an opportune spot for a knockout.
Something that's also saving Steve's life is the SDI, a defensive mechanic. Very nice to get out of Bayonetta combos, but Bluka's just going to do more, honestly. Why not at this point?
Dodges another cart. Steve trying to hang out in the air away from the combos, but not really able to deny it.
A little bit of jank coming out from the block. Ends up honestly net neutral as OPZ gets another shot at life here. And honestly, even though those percentages are vastly different, this feels even. But it's not even once Bluka gets the final hit or there's a diamond F smash on the board. Either way, most hits kill here for either player.
93% to 140%. This is a very dangerous game for either side. Bluka really wants to capitalize on this. If they can take it, they can win the match without having to go into a final round. But OPZ really wants it, and we can see that here. Trying to use the block for a little extra cover. Bayonetta is able to get in one last attack and knock him out, taking down the Steve.
For now, I believe this is a best of 5, so we're going to see a little bit more of this set. OPZ does have the chance to reverse it, unless I'm wrong, but I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, just kind of, we were talking about how impenetrable Steve can be as a character to fight. And so getting to see another character that can really stand up to him and kind of deny him is really fun to see. Another thing I was just laughing about the entire time, we were talking about the jankness of animations. As he's getting knocked around by a Bayonetta here, he just looks like he does not care because he's just kind of floating there. Look at him go.
Yeah, it's really hard to see, like, there's no pain expressions, right?
Yeah, no reaction. Steve is just like, oh, I'm here. Look at that.
I'm getting chained by Bayonetta with these random combos, and
he's like, I'm
that
here.
would hurt. Yeah. He doesn't, though. He doesn't care.
He's just kind of here. He is that guy who's just here. But he's also just getting comboed.
Yeah, the momentum for Bluka here is ridiculous, as OPZ really needs to calm down and figure out how to find this comeback from 2 stocks.
OPZ now down to stock, and percentages are fairly low, giving Bluka really
a little bit slow, but it doesn't matter too much.
20 now, 44% here to 16%. Ooh, gets a grab off onto Steve. Yeah, once again, just trying to deny the resource game. Steve tries to go for a combo off ledge, but not able to get through with it. 63 to 71 to 40%. Once again, OPZ really just wanting to take his time mining here, but not getting the opportunity yet.
And Lytra, I wonder what that was going for, to be honest. A little bit awkwardness from OPZ as he realizes
does get the anvil.
He needs to find the stock soon. Anvil was a great boon in that, but not enough.
Creating a little extra space, he is able to get some mining done, get some resources, and take a stock from Bluka here. Now at 99 to 110% though. Bluka back with a vengeance, wanting to knock him into the air and get him gone as fast as possible. 143% to 0%. Electra's back to the middle of the stage, does have the gold axe.
It's just swinging, man. He's just holding the button, and it ended up working quite well for him. Needs a little bit more to even it up, though, since you're at 143.
Oh, gets the grab off onto Steve, gonna launch him off the side.
And once OPC is at a little bit higher percent, one of these throws could end up representing a kill. Bayonetta has a 50-50 throw kill mix-up. You have to choose which side to DI, but we're not gonna see that, as Bluka represents the extended bullets on side B. A little bit of a harder thing to use. but Bluka shows her mastery on Bayonetta, as OPZ is brought to his last stock of the set, considering unless he brings this back.
72 to 21%. OPZ hanging on with this last stock here, trying to get some damage off onto Bayonetta, now at 96%, but not able to keep up as 40% is dealt to him. Tries to throw down the anvils, but not really able to get much with it, as Bayonetta is just moving around, gets hit by the minecart, tries to get the magma block combo, and great avoid there.
Bluka has mastered the art of mashing to get out of that minecart and live another day, which is huge for her prospects to finish this game and the set.
113% to 47%, gets hit into the magma block, and with that, a knockout is going to be found for OPZ, and a diamond on top of that.
Yeah. Honestly, fair enough choice for Bluka. She's at very high percent. Might as well go for the option that might win her the entire set. But now you're forced to fight Diamond Steve. And this is what happens.
Menace in the ring, it begins.
Yeah.
52%. So quickly after a couple hits, just showing the power of the diamond into a stun!
You have to spot dodge the second hit, Bluka, and instead you're sent to the blast zone. As they're having a little chat, understanding what went wrong there.
Oh, we have yet to see really a stun like that there,
Yeah.
but you know, just one of those painful moments in Smash. Your shield is gone, you just get to stand there for a second and go, ah, this is how I go.
GG's. Go.
Yeah, GG's with, I mean, hey, with the blue diamond sword, what are you going to do there,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, and with that, OPZ is able to hang on a little bit longer.
Showing the beauty of a best of 5 here, as we would not have seen that game or this potential comeback without this formatting for top 8.
Yeah, jumping right back into the next match. Both players ready to go.
I
Not
love the
gonna immediately get
RPS
some.
on Steve up tilt. Sorry to interrupt you a little bit, but those Bayonetta crouching versus spot dodge has been shown up a lot as he finally finds the up tilt.
34 to 18%, now 22%. Bayonetta beginning the combo, launching Steve into the air. Gonna throw out a cart to try and gain some space, but it's not going to help him as he's now getting launched off the ledge here. TNT and carts going out, wish time as well, my goodness.
The awareness on OPZ's anvil though was beautiful. It resets Bluka's cooldowns. Because Bayonetta's a little weird there. The more attacks you use, the higher your landing recovery is. But there's no landing recovery when Steve is dead to worry about.
Yeah, just preventing the resources from being mined or anything really gained. Bluka taking the first stock here while sitting at a pretty comfortable 37%, though now OPZ is going to get his chance to try and get some more resources. Not going to find any of the special ones yet, but getting plenty of space for carts.
Good old tried and true.
50.
You know what's also tried and true? This up tilt for Bluka. It's been generating so much value for her this set. Almost, and another one.
Oh, once again, getting launched into the air at now at 106%. My goodness.
The lag I was mentioning earlier ends up helping OPZ there, finds an F smash because of it. And it's anyone's game here for this stock. Will Steve or Bluka find it first?
98 to 120%. Now having both the gold and the diamond here. Might not be able to get to use it though at 134%. Going to get knocked off the side, losing the stock.
This is potentially the final stock once more, though we've seen a lot of shenanigans from Steve. One of my top bets for making these comebacks in the state would be OPZ.
0% to 20%. Another just, once again, aerial combo with the up tilts going out to give Lucas some space and some damage onto Steve. Now at a 72% here. Trying to get some damage off. Does have the diamond weaponry, but not really getting to show much use of it in this matchup right now.
Up tilts from OPZ this time around, but not finding a hit, and that's exactly what you need. Oh, slightly late on the punish once again.
113 to 20% here. Ooh, starting to take a page out of Luca's book there, launching straight into the sky, getting some massive damage off of those diamond weapons once again.
And honestly, if I'm Bluka, I'm sweating here. Messed up footstool attempts. Went for that a couple times. Still ends up working for OPZ.
127 now. Very close to a dangerous knockout zone, but Steve's going to try and get there first.
Yeah,
we do get faked out by the death screen, but just goes to show how close we are to the actual knockout zone.
As OPZ is aware and builds a wall so he can live a little bit longer. Bluka looking for the final situation here, as this might spell doom for Bluka's chance of making it a quick set. Steve's still hanging on. And OPZ has a diamond in hand. Anything can happen, folks.
150 to 29% gets a grab off onto Steve. Knockout zone is
God.
dangerous. Oh my goodness. The fake out is real. Once again, we are not going to be able to see that
The
immediately.
lights are so awkward, but it works. Look at it. They're just taking a breather, so tense.
They're like, we both can't believe that just happened. Wait a second. 185 to 40%. Danger zone for Steve, but he's able to get the pickaxe off.
Oh, Steve, everybody, as we move on to a 2-2 match. OPC representing a massive comeback, and I need to see if Luca has enough fortitude to take the set from here
You
on.
know, our first best of 5 would go all the way to 5 matches,
Yeah, from
especially
2-0.
Steve versus Bayonetta, I'm sure. Yeah, that's about right.
2-0 to 2-2 as we get to see the final match here at Boise State. And we're going to be showing on Pokemon Stadium, I'm assuming, with how quick that selection was.
Yeah, both players know what they want. Bayonetta, Steve, Pokemon Stadium for the final showdown. See
honestly,
who's going to be able to get to continue on in this top 8 here.
I'm looking at these up tilts from both players and these side Bs retrospectively. Both of them are huge for the character, and the combos that ensue, well, they speak for themselves.
78% onto Steve, having to hang out on ledge to avoid a powerful attack from Bayonetta. Gets the cart off and begins a combo. Bayonetta is able to get away from it and gets a grab onto Steve. Now going to kind of do a little bit of back and forth here, though the damage on Steve is racking up, now 114 to 35%.
Oh, this kill jump could be huge for Luca, but not fully the end of the stock quite yet. You're going to need another one of those to secure it. And that means brawling with Steve a little bit longer, and that's not what you want.
152% to 39% here.
A little bit of a scramble at the middle stage, looking for the kill if you're Luca,
Oh.
but that gives OPZ an opportunity to rise up to the occasion and even the percentages here.
Trying to look for his opening. Ooh, good dodge of the magma block there. Now at 160%. 87% onto Bayonetta here. Gets another grab. That could be a knockout, and it is now 2-3.
Bayonetta kill throw. Good stage positioning there from Luca to find it. But honestly, this isn't the worst for OPZ. What is the worst is the potential situation afterwards, as he has to use minecarts and anvils to find his way back to stage. Finds it with a falling fair. Very well placed by OPZ, much like the positions of his blocks.
100 to 100 now, 120% onto Bayonetta with a powerful attack launching them away. Those walls creating a lot of good space for him to just kind of mine away peacefully for a second here. Though Bayonetta's going to get another combo off, launches him onto the side.
This game is reminding me of last one. OPZ has to rise up to the occasion with a diamond in hand.
We'll see
a
how
stock
dangerous those can
disadvantage.
be, and with that, it takes out Bayonetta 2-2.
Yeah, and Luca needs to find this stock soon. That up tilt might be the key. It is.
And with that,
Will
we're 2-1,
OPZ
completely reset on the percentage.
Will OPZ find those key hits to even it up with diamond up tilts?
Oh. Getting some dangerous pickaxe and axe attacks off. Now 71%. So
Like that.
quickly.
Yeah, just like that. Oh,
the minecart!
Bayonetta that easily, except she is. And we're on the final stock here. Luca not finding a punish on the Elytra, but does find a punish on the grab with a witch twist.
Yeah, now both on their last stock. This could be it for either player. One will continue and one will be knocked out. Both fighting their best to possibly be able to take
The
this.
Elytra
But the
face
Electra
plant.
fails! And with
OPZ.
that, OPZ is knocked out.
Visible no and a visible clapping from the audience there. What a tense set.
I know, the back and forth continuously there with the 2-0 at first, just slowly creeping up on the Steve, being able to take those last couple rounds, really showcasing how a best of 5 can go, like, turn so quickly from a win to a loss for a player.
And again, I have to mention it, the best of 5 format, it's often scoffed at for being a little too long, but that shows the beauty of it. We would not have had even half an interesting of a set without the best of 5. Shoutouts to Bluka, our TO for tonight, or one of, for moving on in the bracket, and OPZ is sent to losers.
Yeah, and while we are waiting for our next matchup and we got a little taste of what the best of 5 will look like, we'll throw to a quick break and be back with the next match.
is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You've got it.
And back on again. Ow, 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 ow. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance. It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
coverage of our Halloween special Super Smash Bros. Tournament that is local here in our Boise State Esports Arena, going on both throughout our stream and in the background as we continue the play. We're currently looking at a lot of the best of fives for both the winners and the losers bracket, checking in with the top 8 qualifying matchups to see who's going to be going on to the final rounds. We just saw a very heated match between Bayonetta and Steve, going all the way to round 5 to see who would be the winner, and we'll have to see if that trend continues. Calling all the action, my name is Audrey Norris with Yada to see how this next matchup will be going.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, that match between Blue Cat and OPC was a nail-biter, and I'm assuming matches very similar are going to be shown as we move on into the gameplay for the rest of this top 8. Don't get away as our break is over. Be ready for a match at any point upcoming now.
Yeah, the fun of these best of 5 matches, as we've been talking about, is just the likelihood of change. You know, sometimes in Super Smash Bros. Maps, if you get into the zone in the first match, take the win and then continue in, it can be hard for your opponent to really like psych themselves up and continue in. But that is not going to be the case as we jump into this with already some explosive action between our 2 players here. Gokis versus Diego, already high percentages on Joker versus Inkling.
Yeah, and it seems like the first Arsene has been expended for Gokis here. I love the Joker pick by Gokis. I believe it is his best character in my opinion, and we're going to have to see how it treats it. Diego, a player we've seen a couple times on the stream so far. I want to see how far their run will end up going here in this top 8.
So far so good for Diego, taking out the first stock from Gokis, but not without taking a lot of punishment themselves at 163%. Joker could very easily take a stock here if he gets the right opportunity. He is going to get a grab off, throws Diego into the air, now at 180%. Joker really wants to get that off, and Diego wants to try and get as much damage on. Better be careful as Arsene is coming up.
Yeah, those multi-hits really give Joker a lot of Arsene bar, and it's going to be here right now. And at this point, any down tilt, any back air, anything basically will take the stock. But Arsene could be stalled out or beaten out of Joker here. The counter is what ends up taking the stock. Great choice from Gokis, noticing the just unrelenting force of Diego.
So that is a lot of damage to take for the stock, especially now at 110% on the second stock versus Diego just barely into their second one here. Joker is going to have to do a lot of careful plays here to be able to take this back. As we see, he is going to get taken out down to 2-1.
That's a very small window of percentages that works, and Diego, knowing that table, finds it versus Gokis. How will Gokis adapt? He has a lot of experience in crew battles for performing in Boise State, so adaptation is on the table here. We just have to see it.
Arsene is out. The damage numbers can be increased, but Diego is very expertly trying to dodge as many attacks as possible and stall out this Joker. Though does get a grab right as Arsene is about to end and is able to get the up air knockout, taking the first match.
Yeah, beautiful. That's such a rare kill confirm to fully pan out. You need to find a grab at a very specific %, and you need a specific amount of ink on the opponent to actually kill them with the up air. Very impressive play from Diego there to find it twice in one game.
Yeah, I mean, as we've talked about a couple of times, Inkling has a very unique gimmick in the fact that a lot of the ways that they can actually take their stocks is very situational based on what they're able to play, and you know that's something that another player, as long as they have the knowledge, can avoid. Unfortunately for Gokis, was not able to get that in this round, though we were able to see a little bit of what's most likely to come with Arsene. After all, if we can get some of those like just more opportunities and not get knocked off ledge, those damage numbers will go up very fast.
Yeah, I mean Arsene is brutal, but Diego's answer to Arsene was just pressing aerials, and that's a pretty solid answer if Gokis isn't ready. Once Joker is hit when he is in the Arsene form, it will go down very quickly instead of running away. Let's see how the first interactions play out here. Seems like Gokis is going to find a good string here from an up tilt.
31% onto Diego, but the ink is going to be thrown out, and Joker is going to get caught in a combo of Diego's own. Arsene about to activate. Very close here at 81%. Arsene is now up, and Diego begins the game of trying to avoid or stall out as much as possible. Though Joker is able to get the upper hand, gets another combo off, and Diego gets the grab in a counter, going to try and launch him into the air to knock him out. My goodness.
I keep on mentioning the window there. That one was a lot lower because of the top platform on Battlefield.
Battlefield
Goki's
does
own
have that
counter
benefit,
pick
yeah.
kind of biting him in the end.
78 to 15% here, 87% onto Inkling. Joker has some damage to go to be able to get the knockout, but it's not impossible here, as he just needs a little bit of control in the middle and a good grab. Gets another combo, knocking Inkling off the ledge here. Oh, gets that grab. Now gonna throw him off the side. Yeah, just kind of gaining control of the edge, getting a good edge guard is really helping for the damage percentages here for Gokis.
And yeah, now Gokis needs to find a whiff punish or something here to get the momentum train going. A little bit of a forward air into up smash would be beautiful for him. Or these straight hits could just send Inkling off the stage. Whatever the method, this stock needs to go.
Very close to Arsene now. Name of the game is one good hit could be devastating for Inkling. Out of ink and out of a lot of options, now going to have to go up against Arsene with less resources as before and try to get resources while dealing with Arsene, which is not an easy feat to accomplish here. And with that, that is the stop.
Yep. I do commend Diego there for playing so in Goki's face despite the resource disadvantage. Kind of beautiful play, got 50% for his troubles and a lot of Arsene away.
Yeah, with
And
Arsene gone too.
with this stock, it's a fresh face for Diego, but such a scary terror for Goki's.
Goki's being at 70% to
Oh
50%.
my.
Gets denied when he tries to recover.
That's crazy. Usually it's Joker usually the one shooting down people from the skies to take their recoveries out. This time it's Inkling, a little bit change of the script as Diego rejected.
And they both have projectiles, so tomato, tomato in that case, and it works out in Diego's favor, taking the stock, but Gokis is not going to go down without a fight here, getting 70, 88% onto Inkling and bringing him off ledge. Going to try and go for a little bit of a risky aerial play here. Does get some massive damage off onto Inkling, but isn't able to get the stock loss that he wants. Oh, and that parry for Diego. Not able to get a lot of damage off of it, but does cut off momentum for Gokis.
Just a little bit of slow play is what Gokis wants here to surgically find the stock. That's what Joker wants as well. The up air into up smash is the surgeon's knife for Gokis as
Man.
we go 1-1.
We're seeing a lot of those special animations going on for the knockouts here. Nintendo really favoring this particular setup. And as we can see now, 12% to 0%. Now down to the last stock. Either game for either of these players here, as both of them really want to try and get the momentum and start the combos, which we see beginning with Diego, though the Arsene might be out. He has to be careful with how much ink is currently on him.
Yeah, he cannot take any string here or the Arsene is gone. Likewise though, Diego cannot take any string or his life is gone, as a couple more interactions with this Arsene, starting with that counter, can end the game here.
75 to 60%. Arsene is still hanging on here and putting a lot of trouble on Diego's plate. 100% now. Going to shield and try and avoid the last couple attacks as it now is gone, and Joker needs to be a little bit more careful with how he sets up his attacks here.
Yeah. Just looking for the classics Joker's game plan, those fairs into up smashes, maybe a little bit of a whiff punish with his own smash attack as well, as Diego looking to worm his way in back into the smash with a roller.
Oh, the roller! And with that, that's game. You know, we've talked about the roller, we haven't seen it yet, but now we get it fully on display. We've talked about how getting stuck in the ground is a really painful experience, and roller is one of the prime ways to get hit by that.
Yeah, it's one of the top examples of burrowing in the game. Very complained about early on, and it's for a reason. Its potency is very strong, even if it is punishable. Diego using that move as perfect as you can, honestly. We only saw it once, and it worked.
I mean, that's kind of what you want from those abilities. They're hard to pull off like all the time. You know, you're going to get one good attack off and then just not be able to get it all the time, but we're going to see a little bit of switch up in the characters and some of the art, swapping off to the hero Inkling after 2 wins in a row. I'm feeling pretty good about it. As we jump into this next match, Goki's taking some punishment, but firing back a little bit of damage himself.
Yeah. I wonder what the decision making is by Goki's. Personally, I don't know that much, but we are on Battlefield again, even though it cost him an early stock last time. Not complaining per se, just curious. But what it does provide him is a lot of these platforms to bully Diego.
Oh, Diego's starting to get some damage on. Arsene is activated, and now the game changes as both players You try and gain the advantage and the damage. Diego going for a complete opposite ledge recovery here, as Inkling can, especially with this stage. Though not able to get a lot out of it yet, as, you know, Arsene just putting on the pressure, does get a grab throwing Gokis off ledge, but Gokis is able to hang on and avoid it.
Oh, that downer only got hit one, unfortunately, for Gokis. Could have been huge down air into up smash. Instead, you have to be content with a back throw off stage.
123% to 91% here. With both of these characters being a little bit lighter, the damage is getting dangerous, as we see both players kind of fiending for those attacks and getting the stock off. Gokis is able to take the first stock of this match.
I mean, yeah, great. I guess Diego has been representing that option quite a lot for Gokis to make a read that hard. Ends up taking the stock and maybe a little bit of the confidence back from the 2-0 lead that Diego has.
19% to 10% here. Well, actually, 119% to 10%. With that, Gokis has to be very careful. Gets hit by the roller and is going to be knocked out 2-2.
Yeah, any shred of confidence Gokis was building up here is going away quickly, as he is both inked and taking hits from 0 to 60 real quick.
Arsene is active once again, but the damage being added on does get the counter off, but with so much damage and another roller, not going to be knocked out just yet. Wasn't high enough damage, but Diego is going to jump up and kind of just clean up that last stock there, as now Gokis is down to one stock versus 2 stocks on Diego.
Yeah. And Joker, he's so brutal in these positions. You need to be so confident and so precise. Not the best when you are down so much.
61% to 39%. Arsene very close to activating once more. And Gokis wants to be able to capitalize it on as much as possible. Diego really trying to deny that here, though. Oh, blocking the attacks once again. Just really not letting Gokis get the attacks he wants off. Dodging the grab, though. Does not want to immediately get hit and does get another counter off.
Yeah, that counter was lasted so long.
106 to 78%. Arsene is gone.
I love the edge guard attempt by Gokis. You need something here, but unfortunately it does not work out. This Nair will, though, another ledge trap situation.
127 to 78% now. Diego could be out with a good hit, but Gokis is starting to enter that danger zone as well.
Oh, fair up.
Oh,
yeah.
And with that,
I've been yapping about that the entire time. The whiff punish forward air into a kill confirm. Beautiful from Gokis. Is it enough to get back in the set, though?
120% on that is going to take down the last stock for Gokis, giving Diego the win in this best of 5.
Valiant effort by Gokis, though. It was a 3-0, but honestly, those matches were nail-biters, especially that final one.
Well, and one thing that was nice to be able to see, too, as well, was just that in the very first match, Diego had a really good handle on Arsene, and so he was not really able to capitalize on it a lot, but in the second and third matches, you know, he really adapted to that, Gokis realizing what he was doing to try and keep him from using Arsene, and was able to then get a lot more value in the matches going forward. Just taking a lot of stocks, wasn't able to get the wins that he wanted, but was able to adapt to the Arsene counters.
Yeah, beautiful choices from both players there regarding the Arsene, especially on those later matches for Gokis specifically. Just a little bit short, even despite it all.
Yeah, that is the one thing. Although Joker is a really powerful character, just having such an issue with the situational plays, how you really are dependent on those small opportunities, it can be a very hard character to maneuver. Just he's very high risk, high reward.
Yeah, especially in these stakes of a tournament instead of just a crew battle. It's so easy to lose those opportunities as your mind is focused on the rest of the game.
Yeah, we'll be jumping into the next match pretty soon, however, not going to have to move to a break. As we're getting into this next match, I do think another thing that I noticed that I really enjoyed was just how Diego was handling everything with Arsene, a lot of the maneuverability, and also, you know, I laughed at it in the middle of the match, but there's not a lot of characters that have the recovery skills to be able to go from one side of the map all the way under up, but, you know, Inkling is one of them, and I do think that's always really fun. That's like one of the fun things about Battlefield as well as a map. It has a short enough bottom that you can do that. I think one of the only other maps where that's really feasible is the Animal Crossing map, because otherwise, you know, Smashville and Battlegrounds are the ones that have that actual overhead. The rest of them, I feel like I've seen, I want to say the Pokemon Stadium was one that I feel like I've seen people like launch across, but not really actually get there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a solid platform at the very end, as we do get to see the rest of the bracket here. Thank you, production, I'm assuming, my goats. As we see Pau and Bluka in winners finals. Not a very strange winners finals at all. Very close sets. We did miss Pau and J-Muse earlier on.
Yeah, as we get to also check in and see how the losers quarterfinal is going, we see OPZ is going to be going up against Diego and J-Muse against Melfor. So we do get a little bit of a preview of what's to come. I do believe that we're going to be seeing the winners final match next, getting ready for the grand finals.
Yeah, that might. Yeah, I think I saw Bluka upcoming. I actually am surprised I haven't seen any Pau at all on the stream yet.
Yeah, he's been hanging out in the background, just kind of prepping and getting ready for the finals. You know, a little bit of a dark horse for the stream then. We haven't yet to see what he will show us tonight for this best of 5 as we jump in.
Steve, but he
it's going to be Pac-Man. Pac-Man versus Bayonetta. Oh my goodness, my brother would be laughing right now because I've talked about how much I despise fighting Pac-Man now, but we're going to see it in full force today, Bayonetta versus Pac-Man.
If you playing Pac-Man before watching Pau, just watch a little bit of the shenanigans that are upcoming. Viewers, stay on your seats. It's going to be a very funny set upcoming. And we're going to have a lot of time to see it, as Bluka and Pac-Man might be a little bit more of a chill set than what we are used to tonight.
Yeah, Bluka not forced into the fast gameplay, but does have to deal with the fire hydrant, gets knocked back by it, and gets hit for some decent damage. Going to try and start the combo against Pac-Man, but Pac-Man is able to get out of it.
And here we go. Bluka with a Gallica in hand. Very scary, as we can see why. A little bit of a combo extension, doesn't end up fully getting it. Pau ready for the situation. And there is a bell. Bluka manages to snipe the bell and use it herself.
75 to 96%. Both players getting some good damage off. Both of them having some very comfortable air time here too. Just going back and forth, looking for their first stock here. Bell goes out, but once again, Bluka able to catch it and not really let it deal the damage that Pac-Man wants.
And just the confidence in the matchup from both players here. Pau understanding how to pair.
Oh, the fire hydrant!
Yeah, that was beautiful. Stopping Bluka's ledge jump. And Bluka understanding how to catch the bell so efficiently. What mastery shown so far.
103 to 41% as we see both players fiending for these stocks. Bluka getting some good damage onto Pac-Man, but not able to get the stock yet as a parry goes through to deny any combos starting for Bayonetta right now.
And just look how scared Bluka has to play. Pac-Man has a bell stacked up. We aren't seeing that scaredness right now as she found a combo starter, but oh, there's a key actually, pardon me. A little bit of a scramble as Pac-Man dash attack ends up whiffing the final hit.
155, 160, 178. My goodness, Bayonetta packing a punch and taking the stock.
Very interesting combo choice from Bayonetta there, using forward tilt, a very mediocre move, but Bluka knows how to use it to its best quality there.
Ooh, Bayonetta going for some aerial edge guards here, trying to deny Pac-Man. Not able to get it though. He's gonna go for it again. Oh, the trampoline.
Shenanigans. Do not jump on it anymore or you will be dead. Bluka knows this though, so we are not going to see that trampoline anymore for now.
123% onto Bluka though. That is a very dangerous spot for this stock. Pau at lower damage numbers, 55%, still feeling pretty comfortable. Gets the fire hydrant off too. Bluka grabbing the apple projectile before it can deal a lot of damage. When throwing it though takes some.
Apple's kind of hard to use if you're not Pac-Man himself, to be honest, so I understand just throwing it out there, seeing what would happen.
152 to 67, now 160. Bayonetta starting to get into a knockout zone here.
This hydrant pressure, just a bunch of stuff going on. Hitboxes everywhere, and Pau knows where they are. Bluka doesn't, and ends up taking the stock.
Pau still at 2 stocks with Bluka at 1, 35 to 67%, dodging both the Galaga and the fire hydrant. Just the projectile back and forth for Bayonetta is a rough spot to be in right now.
And just chilling, getting another Galaga. Even though Bluka has represented a lot of item catches, you can't catch them all. This is not Pokemon, even though we are on Pokemon Stadium.
Wouldn't that be so funny though? Super Smash Bros. With Pokemon. But we're not in that right now. 115 to 61%. Pau starting to get into a very dangerous spot for his stock, and Bayonetta knows that, trying to find an opportunity to get a grab or a combo off. going to launch him into the air off the ledge. Tries to stop him, but the trampoline is going to give him that extra room that he needs.
Pao understands the move that can end up killing him in this situation, though, so Luca's going to need to be a lot more creative. And now she finds the stock, and there it is with the apple. Not every day you see something like that. Pao was even a little stunned, chilling on the platform.
Now you talked about the apple not being used that often, but it ends up being the key for the stock here. Now avoiding the fire hydrant and the bell. Bayonetta.
Oh, Bell actually could have ended the game there. A little bit of a misplay from Pao, but a little bit of time left.
Yeah, good dodge there for Bluka. Now trying to get him off ledge. We can see now 100% onto Pao. Both of them on their last stock. Bluka's been able to turn it around damage-wise here and kind of gain the advantage.
Yeah. Still scary. Bell was on the field. Either player can die from it, to be honest. Let's see how it's played.
Oh, good dodge of the bell.
Bluka knows the shenanigans. Been through this matchup multiple times.
103 to 100 right now. This is the danger zone for both players.
Bat
That
within,
bell,
creating a situation for Bluka. Not the final one, but
extra damage is extra damage, and
the
ever
trade
closer.
knows how to combo off of it.
The
Barely
fake
got
out.
the kill.
Oh, just barely hanging on. Both players just trying to avoid the damage.
Just in a stranglehold here on the ledge.
Bayonetta not able to go for the ledge safely with
Yeah.
Pao guarding it. And with that, the first round is done.
What a doozy.
I
That was
know.
our first game, and there were multiple fake killouts. We didn't know who was going to win, and just so many tempo changes.
I mean, yeah, we saw the tempo momentum change and who had the advantage go
Even
back
the-
and forth constantly. And it's like already just one match in, and we've got potentially more than 2 to go, depending on how these next couple ones, like, I don't know, just decide,
to
yeah,
be
to go
honest.
on.
And today is a party for BSU. It's a celebration of esports on Halloween. Our players were having a little bit of fun in that first match talking about what happened, but they're ready to lock back in on the second match, Pokemon Stadium, our favorites.
Yeah, focused in now. Pao getting lots of damage off onto Bayonetta, 52% already, and throwing the fire hydrant out with the Galaga for a little extra bit. But which time goes out, giving Bluka a little bit of extra space.
Space is all Pac-Man really wants here, though, as he finds the key to his success, a literal key, and Bluka's shield will evaporate if she shields that key. Ends up getting grabbed instead. Look at the grab.
My
That's
goodness,
a
that
very
timing.
precise input, yeah.
108% to 45%. Bluka not getting as many attacks off right now as Pao, trying to get the damage through, but Pao has been able to just keep up the momentum.
Just charging up, pretty chill and normal interactions here. The side B's from Bayo and the hydrant shenanigans from Pac-Man. Nothing too out of the ordinary. What is out of the ordinary is that anti-air up tilt, which can find a stock. Does not, but very close.
145 to 93%. Bluka in the danger zone for this stock, dodging the apple.
Yeah.
101 to 155. Both players wanting to be very careful with this stock. Bluka especially here on ledge. Good shield to avoid an attack, but the fire hydrant is down, and we've seen how much damage it can do.
Oh, a little bit of a surprise with the key there, but not too much of a commit for Powell. He's been charging very easily as we have another key here. And look at all the angles Powell knows how to set this fire hydrant up.
Ooh.
Yeah, just forces Bluka into an awkward situation because of that fire hydrant up B.
And with
onto
that,
the next stock.
yeah, Bluka's down a stock. 118% onto Pao, however, which does give the opportunity for Bluka to take it. Looking for their opportunity. It's the shield to avoid massive damage, but
Okay, yeah.
shield's kind of low there.
Yeah, still punished. The bullet's extension on forward smash is a little wonky. Even caught Powell off guard, but ends up getting the punish.
147 to 62% here. Pao gonna throw out some more fruit, try to just watch that ledge, but Bluka is able to break through, dealing some more damage, getting a grab off as well. Ooh, trying to go for the punish on the ledge.
Okay,
Oh,
she's-
okay, able to
it's
recover.
bad, that
Ooh,
one.
that was scary there for a moment, but able to
Shades of
recover.
Lima
Does
there.
get some more damage off though. 107 to 176.
Oh, that was almost a beautiful execution from Powell, baiting the witch time and then using the key. However, the projectile invuln was just enough for Bluka to survive.
Oh my
the
goodness,
interaction.
grabbing the bell again right there too.
I love how consistent Bluka is at grabbing the items. It shows how confident she is in this matchup. But will that confidence prove to be enough?
Oh, the hydrant trying to go for that knockout right there, but the Actually, Pac-Man's trampoline ended up helping Bluka in that moment. 206 to 137. That's kind of unreal for a Pac-Man there, and it looks like it's going to stay unreal. 2-2. Now 137% on Bluka to 0% on Pac-Man. Now 0-0, 1-2.
A little unfortunate. You can't block them all though. Even it's the key is so fast. It's such a reaction check.
42% now on to Pac-Man. Bluka really wanting to take a stock and try and even this out before they take too much damage. Dodging the Galaga and avoiding any major damage here, though. Pao looking for that opportunity on ledge.
Just charging, normal.
61 to 50% now. Once again, checking out the other side of the stage for a little bit, avoiding the bell and the hydrant. Does get stunned for a second there. Now 61 to 85.
I mean, that small interaction shows how powerful the bell is.
Oh, there it is.
And why Bluka has been catching it so much time. The ability to stun, reminiscent of Electric Wind Godfist from Kazuya as well. Just very scary property in this game.
Yeah, 126 to 65. Bayonetta beginning another aerial combo.
This war of attrition, though, it's ending up very unfortunate for Bluka. Needs to find something more explosive, and it all starts with up tilt here.
Oh, getting close. Oh, but the fire hydrant from the air.
Kind of
getting that
reminiscent
space.
of Anvil, to be honest.
Oh,
Whoa.
little fake out there with the throw.
But like,
both players on the ledge here.
Pao is so comfortable just forcing Bluka to make awkward decisions off stage.
174 to 124
Pac-Man's
here.
so heavy. A lot of characters would die in that situation. Beautiful witch time from Bluka, though.
He's a dense little pellet. Well, he's a dense little guy from eating all the pellets in the ghost, and that's really paying in some work for him there. Now at 150% and not fully scared.
That's
176 to 150. Gonna get the grab and launch Bluka off stage.
Pac-Man is powered up from eating the Halloween ghost. That's what it is.
We were talking about the ghost. That's why, yeah, he's having a great time tonight. Being Halloween, all the ghosts are out and plenty for him to chomp down on and get the power-ups that he needs to take the next round.
Yeah,
So now we're at 2-0 with the final, well, potentially final matchup.
Yeah, game one was a nail-biter, but game two, Pao is looking confident. I need Bluka to understand what changes need to happen, and that might start with a stage list. We've been seeing a lot of Pokemon Stadium 2, but instead of the stage list, we're seeing Daisy here.
With that swap up, we're going to see a little bit of a change in gameplay. Might be what Bluka needs to change the tempo up, but Pao is not going to let that go too quickly here, trying to stay close in damage percentages.
I'm loving the forward air so far from Pao, stopping Daisy's brutal air game. And look how hard it is for Daisy to get in on all these projectiles. Unlike Bayonetta, the mobility is slightly worse, and that's what Pao is going to capitalize on.
68 to 75% now. Pao managing to keep the damage up, though getting a couple stray hits. Bluka is keeping up the pace and getting a little bit more up close and personal here. Not really wanting to look to the skies as much as before, since, you know, not many characters can do what Bayonetta does, and we see a mix-up in the gameplay because of that. 115 to 94%.
Yeah, and it's just really a battle of the next hit, to be honest. Either a bell from Pac-Man or any stray hit from Daisy can take this first stock.
146%, now 147 on to Pac-Man now. Sitting on ledge, the turnips are out, but not going to connect. Really just looking for that one stray hit to start the combo here for Bluka, and they are going to get the knockout 3-2 at 111%.
Fall off air from Daisy, just kind of brutal for Pao, kind of unexpected. Gives Bluka the advantage so far, but with Bell on the screen.
Oh, getting the bell off onto Pao, giving him a taste of his own medicine.
It even looks like medicine, kinda. It doesn't really look like a bell to me, but it definitely is one.
That's true. You could assume it's a lot of different things. And right now, it is a massive damage dealer and game changer for this match, depending on who is able to grab it. Once again, the bell coming out, but the turnips putting in some work. However, the bell is going to connect with Bluka, and that stock will be lost.
As we move on to Galaga here, and how it's going to use it to great effect to cover the airspace.
114 to 25%.
Beautiful back air, double purpose, hits Pao and finds the strawberry. But we'd rather have turnips in this household than fruits.
And with that, Pao is down to one stock.
turnip value. It's not only valuable in Animal Crossing as a stock equivalent, but it's also valuable here as Bluka can find a lot of pressure from the turnips. We're starting it with the turnip throw into down throw back air. Huge percent.
75 to 32%. Bluka on their second stock, while Pau is on their last. The bell is out once again, creating a little bit of a danger zone on this ledge, but Bluka's able to get the grab and now gets the turnips out. Does not hit with them, but is going to move right up to Pau and try and get a combo off once again.
And this is the first time I've really seen Bluka in commanding position.
Oh, the bell though.
Yeah, the bell can't say no to this rise in advantage, or she can find a forward air, maybe a turnip train, something to take this game.
125 to 97%, now 110%. Pau in a bit more of a tricky position here with Bluka. Does get the parry and the bell.
Yeah, beautiful parry into sad combo extension, ends up whiffing.
Oh!
To take the entire game. Bluka, Peach decision, or Daisy, pardon me, working out well for her.
I mean, yeah, with that, I mean, sometimes what you need is the character switch up, and that seemed to work out in Bluka's favor, now getting a little bit more momentum. Something that I also noticed, too, is that with the character swap, kind of able to use a lot more of Pac-Man's tricks against him. The fire hydrant became a lot less of a nuisance when you can launch it right at Pac-Man's face as much as he can launch it at yours.
Yeah, a lot of Daisy's hits are less, or non-multi-hit, and instead just, like, one-hit, high percent damage attacks, unlike Bayonetta's. So she can throw the plummet, or pardon me, the fire hydrant towards Pau much easier.
Yeah, so just like we've been watching Pau constantly try to hit people in the face with the fire hydrant, Bluka gets to swap it up, and it looks like we're going to get that scenery change, but not swapping video games just yet, as now we're back on Kalos, the Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah.
Jumping right into the match, the damage is going back and forth in a little bit of a brawl here. 39 to 55% as Pac-Man forces Bluka into just a really rough position damage-wise. My goodness, 87 to 40%.
And the fire hydrant war begins. Basically just a dividing line, to be honest.
It's like, this is my spot.
Almost like Steve Light, to be honest, but...
You know, I was kind of, as soon as you said dividing line, my first thought was like, you know how parents will sometimes put a divider in the back of the car? It's like, no, this is my side of the stage, don't touch it. And it looks like Pau was able to use that to great effect to take the first stock.
And I mean, this is a great stage choice for Pau. So much room to breathe. And the rushdown capabilities of Bluka have to go through a lot more interactions before they are scary.
90% onto Pau, 11, 18, 25% here with Pac-Man, really enjoying the back and forth here on the damage, just able to use his aerial attacks to his advantage.
Just a fight for airspace here. Ends up playing dividing line again on the hydrant. Beautiful situations for Pau, to be honest. He's so comfortable with it.
128% to 53%. Pau getting high in the percentages here, and Daisy really wants to be able to capitalize on the ledge with that, but isn't able to get the knockout yet. 153.
Ooh, it's so close though. Any Daisy back air, anything, to be honest, and that's the punish on the whiffed grab. Pau not ready for the water coming from his own hydrant. A little bit of a panic grab. Not too big of a deal for him though, as he still has 70% extra credit.
82% on to Daisy right now. Bell goes out, but able to dodge it. Fire hydrant and Bell combo. Getting a shield up to block any incoming damage and deny the Bell for Pau here. Now with a little bit of extra threat, gonna throw that away. Combo that with the fire hydrant. Pau getting a lot of his own resources being used against him, but he's gonna get a grab off on Daisy. Try and reset a little bit with what he wants to throw. Oh, does get the Bell!
Yeah, forces Daisy into the air and finds the anti-air Bell. Beautiful setup, two-step plan from Pau, works out.
33 to 30%, now 144% onto Daisy. We are in that knockout stage once again. Pau knows it, trying to look for that opportunity. Fire hydrant blocking Daisy, getting a shield off though.
Turn up into down air is so clean from Bluka. Doesn't end up finding anything else, but I appreciate the attempt. And I also appreciate her living on a little bit longer here.
Oh, but the knockout does come shortly after. 1 to 2 now. Bluka on the back foot here with the last stock remaining for them, while Pau still has pretty comfortable 73% on the second stock.
Here we go. Potentially the final match of the set, the battle of turnips versus bells. Can turnips give us a game 5?
99% to 41% here. Pau racking up some damage, getting hit by his own fire hydrant once again. Forced onto ledge. The turnips are throwing, and now 1-1.
Stitch Face is great timing for Bluka there. The strongest turnip in the game. Gives her a way back into the game. Exactly even here, other than by 0.1%.
That 0.1% really not meaning much. Luckily for Pau and unfortunately for Bluka, as the damage does get racked up once again.
Orange, a little bit like an off-brand key catching Bluka off guard there.
41 to 106 now.
And now any key, any bell, anything from Pau will take the set. Bluka has to be extraordinarily aware of her surroundings. Another Stitch Face there, actually. Another one! What is going on, Bluka? You're hacking to get the set win!
There's some crazy percentages there. 113 to 88%. The turnips really want Bluka to win this with the favor of the just crazy percentage damage here.
And despite that ridiculous high roll from Bluka, Pau is composed as ever, ready to play the long game in this final situation with the
bell! And with that, Pau is able to take the match, but not without some crazy odds for that final one.
Bluka, what just happened?
What is the percentage chance of Stitch Face?
I would argue, I believe, 1 in 64 or 1 in 128. I believe it's one of those. It's 1 in 64, yeah?
Is it 1 in 64? 1 in 64 4 times?
That is ridiculous. I believe it was if for any of the statisticians there, a 1 in 64 chance 4 times out of 5 pulls there. A little ridiculous.
Yeah, that's kind of nutty. That is, we got that like 0.000 going on with that
Use
percentage
the power
chance
of
there.
Binomial distribution. I remember that from my stats class. I do not remember how to use it. I remember the notation though. It's like a little thing and then another thing down there.
That's so funny. Yeah, with that, well, just goes to show how the variability in the game can really just help with your momentum and help you overall. And with that, you know, we are able to see who will be able to continue forward. Pac-Man showing off, you know, as the dark horse, getting to show up for the first time and take the set.
Yeah, I am inspired though. Despite all that RNG, Pau outplayed the Stitch Faces. Our dark horse. Though if you're not new to the Idaho scene, Pau is definitely not a dark horse. Been here for multiple years and showing why.
Yeah, a little bit of a dark horse for the tournament, but not for the local scene, as we can see with our next 2 players setting up, going back to the losers bracket here. Milfor getting ready to face up against Gokis, I believe?
Probably. I believe we have a little bit of a losers sections going on. I don't know if any of them played off stream.
Yeah, we'll have to see where that's going overall. And we're going to be seeing, I think this will be a fun matchup. I always enjoy a good old Gokis versus Milfor, both players who have played on the Boise State esports team, one currently and one
I believe
previously.
last year even, right?
Yeah, Milfor was on BSU's team last year, with Gokis currently on Boise State's team. A little bit of a, you know, fun group matchup for the two, as we get to see what they're going to play, and it looks like it's going to be...
That is not Gokis, that is JVs.
Oh, that's JVs. I'm going crazy.
I mean, no, you aren't. It's just production going crazy. Shout out to production. We love you, but sometimes you make mistakes just like us. And JMU's here trying to take advantage of the normal choices here.
Yeah, JMU's versus Milfor. Banjo and Kazooie versus Luigi, seeing the flying fists of Luigi coming out in fierceness, trying to get some damage off onto Banjo, but the grenades are going to put some trouble, as it's not just a one-sided projectile game this time around.
Yeah. Like, Luigi is a brawler, but his plunger and fireball are some of his best tools in his kit, peppering the opponent to get baited into a grab. The normal game plan for Luigi end up working. JMU's so used to it. And the active frames on plunger actually beat Wonderwing there. Very rare occasion.
121 to 83%. Wonderwing getting some good damage off and forcing Luigi off stage. Grenade combo there, going to deny the immediate recovery, but JMU's is able to get back on the platform and narrowly avoid some of those dangerous, powerful attacks from Banjo there, trying to end that stock quickly.
And that is the name of the game here. Ending the next stock quickly with whatever hit you get. A Wonder Wing or any Luigi hit will get it. Or just an up smash.
Up smash giving Banjo a little bit of a lead here now, trying to avoid getting his stock taken away immediately on this spot here. Goes for the Wonder Wing onto the ledge. Now able to get back to center. Grenades are out, trying to get some extra damage off and really just get as much damage as he can before his stock is knocked out.
This line of defense is a great choice for Melfor, to be honest. Those neutral B pellets are faster than anything Luigi can output. Will win the projectile war no matter what.
155 to 25 here. Banjo in a rough spot. Wonder Wing is gone. Now 32 to 155. J-Muse just kind of hanging on by the ledge. He knows what to do, avoiding grenades, throwing them, just keeping them out of the way. However, he is going to get some damage off in exchange for taking out the stock.
Always worth it, just a little bit of percent in an entire stock. But also what's worth it for Melfor in the exchange is these Wonder Wings as they're back to full.
73 to 13% now. J-Muse taking a decent amount of damage as Banjo is able to stay pretty far in the lead. Though as I say that, the spin to win combo comes out now 48 to 105. Banjo playing a little bit of a volley here with Luigi, not wanting him to immediately gain the momentum or really gain a solid foot on the ground.
Yeah, but once he does get his foot on the ground, he can make these reads. Down B into your life is gone. J-Muse has stolen all of your happiness. A tale most people have dealt with. Great awareness from Melfor, but a little bit of greed there as the grab combo ends up happening. The spot dodges, Melfor was desperate for the grab not to come out, but J-Muse knows the timings there.
128 to 76%. A good Wonder Wing hit could be some good stock loss depending on the setup here, but he's not really letting him do it. He's just kind of stuck on the ledge here. Now 107% to 128.
Off the ledge at least, but back to this ledge instead.
Yeah, off the ledge onto the next. And now at 130, going to get faked out on the ledge, but at his last stock with low Wonder Wings here, J-Muse is really not letting up and gonna kick him off the side, taking the stock.
A little bit of a weird situation. Usually Wonder Wing is hard to punish on the ledge, but
yeah, I was actually really shocked that went through. We don't normally see that at all. It's just kind of the, typically it's your skip past all the way to go for free card, continue on, gain your, $200 and cash it in to continue and make people rage in the ever, fun game of Smash Bros. Or Monopoly, depending on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But in this case, Luigi was able to get that counter and really just go, no, you don't get to touch the ledge. No ground for you.
Fun.
Keep going.
Yeah, great awareness from J-Muse, the reaction time to notice that Melfor messed up their recovery and to down smash. As we move to Smashville, name of the game, name of the stage.
Yeah, haven't really gotten to see the stage in a while as the brawl begins. 45 to 57, Luigi getting a massive combo off within all of those attacks and a parry, my goodness.
Just for flash. These spot dodges very apparent for Melfor as their way to avoid the grabs. J-Muse has kind of been in Melfor's head on the timings though. Gotta vary it up in my opinion, but it's very hard in the heat of the moment, and J-Muse is so scary right now.
Ooh, does get the grenade off, able to get a little bit of distance between Melfor and J-Muse here. Now 142% to 97%. Just trying to stick in the center, does not want to get knocked out, but is not going to get denied. 3-2, 108% onto J-Muse right now.
Melfor looking for the kill, finds it with an F air, not the kill, but a great position. Doesn't matter what position you are in though, Luigi can misfire all the way to ledge.
And the misfire does go off and at 139% right now.
Route? Used a down tilt, pretty fancy. Anti-forward smash. A little crazy for Melfor, finds it though, giving him the stock.
Yeah, finding it, taking the stock is great for Melfor here, but the damage he is taking from Luigi is not going to stop that quick before he can get a spin to win counter off. 68%, now 73.
Oh, the air dodge
the air dodge is going to be the doom of his last stock there.
I think. Shout out to Doc.
Yeah, one stock left for Melfor here as J-Muse is now leading in both the stocks and really just a lot of the control of the match.
And honestly, if you're Melfor, this situation is awful. Like, the combos from Luigi and just the pressure he's exerting on you, you have to play so defensive, but J-Muse knows that. It's just bad vibes all around as your one kill confirm goes away. Wonder Wing not ending up working.
94, now 111%. Banjo really not able to catch a break even while trying to get onto ledge. JMuse is just holding down the line here, dealing damage after damage percentage, knocking out the stock, taking the next match.
Down throw into down B, I believe is a 50-50 DI mix-up. I might be wrong on that case, but either way, it does end up taking the stock.
Yeah.
No matter what, Luigi's throw is scary.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the things with Luigi, regardless of what like percentage you're looking at and like all the technicalities of it, if he can start getting a combo off, and he gets you stuck in that combo, doesn't really matter where the 50-50 or how much damage, it's going to hurt if you can't get out of it. And we have seen that time and time again from both the side of the stage, the bottom of the stage, the top of the stage. Luigi can really do it wherever he wants as long as he just gets the combos in.
Yeah. And it is a testament to JMuse for showing off how consistent he is in this routing. Not a lot of Luigis can claim that fame, but JMuse is practiced. As we see a little bit of a change in scenery, but honestly, this is kind of the same stage, Chief. And same stage is the same premise.
You know, as I said, get that combo off, knock someone out, and up to the upper parts of the map and gone. Now the stock is gone so early into the match. Melfor really is going to want to deal some damage to be able to compensate and take out that stock before any damage is dealt to his stock, really.
Just a little bit of show on forward smash gaming from Melfor. Ends up letting JMuse onto the stage and into a grab. A little bit of inconsistency from JMuse, pretty rare, but we are moving forward into the match. One grab less.
43 to 96 here, 106 now on JMuse.
Wow.
Banjo, great read there on the ledge recovery, able to take him out and bring the stock percentages a little bit more even, though 43% on Banjo right now.
Up tilt.
Oh,
A
there.
weird combo search, to be honest, but good awareness. Quickest move to anti-air there from JMuse.
Yeah, 77 to 18%. Grenade goes flying, but isn't able to do anything as the Wonder Wing goes out. 2 left for this stock. The 109 damage, Luigi beginning that just brutal ledge guard there, but luckily for Banjo, he's able to dodge and get away to live another day.
Yeah, using the up B to get height, even despite the plunger, is a good decision for Melfor.
134 to 25%. Oh, we are back on the ledge. Both of these players are just going back and forth here, not wanting to lose control. Whoever gains control in the momentum could be a stock loss, especially for Melfor.
And
so
that
he does
grenade.
not want to let that happen.
Yeah, the grenade, unfortunate for Melfor. It's his own creation, but it let JMuse take advantage in the game.
142% on Banjo. Melfor really hanging on here, but it's that dangerous ledge position once again that we have seen time and time again is so deadly, and Luigi is able to capitalize on it. JMuse taking the next stock.
And at this percent with a grab, that was just what I was about to warn. One into the other 50% and a grenade toss. The momentum stays. Wonder Wing up air. Oof. Just overall oof.
85 to 60% here.
Oh,
1
Luigi
to 1.
end up losing their stock with the grenade coming out. Grenade into forward air from Melfor, trying to keep the stock going on.
100% to 30% now, back on the ledge. We've seen this over and over again. 126 to 30%. Luigi just holding fast at the ledge. And with that, the knockout goes down and Melfor is out.
Yep, down and out. Jamie is sweeping both the stock away and the set away, ending Melfor's run.
And with that, we have continued on with the losers bracket. JMuse continuing on to losers. After this was the quarterfinals, I believe. Now we're going to be able to see a little bit more of that going forward. Yeah, moving back and forth. I really like that match, though. It just kind of shows the power that Luigi has on ledge. We haven't seen that a lot, but just when you can edge guard that effectively and really just go, no, you don't get to touch the game, it's rough.
Yeah, plunger is just so brutal. Like the extended hitbox, it's just going down and down alongside you.
Yeah, and although we got to see some awesome gameplay, we're going to take pause for just a quick second and a break before the next match.
See y'all then.
No. Come on, where is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You've got it.
And back on again. Out, 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 out. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything. Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
jump right into the semifinals here, as we're going to be going into Game 2 with Steve taking the first of the matches in our Halloween special tournament, Boise State local tournament right here in the esports arena for this Halloween event. I'm Audrey Norris, here to call all the action with Yada as we get into this match fairly quickly as it's already going on.
We get to see our audience very excited for the match, and we're going to have JMUs versus OPZ, two faces we've seen quite a lot as they are already in the match.
Yeah.
Steve versus Luigi.
Steve versus Luigi, a very potent combo that we'll be able to see in action right about now, as all of these players are fighting for their right to get into the finals here.
There it is.
Yeah, as we're jumping in, we can already see, we know OPZ has won the first matchup, and right now we're at 2-2 stocks here with JMUs taking some damage at 77% here, but already wanting to dish it right back out.
Yeah, no iron on the side of OPZ. He does have diamond though. Minecart coming from a little bit of mining. Axe on this stage actually, a little bit of an unknown feature. He
Yeah.
gets to mine quicker since he's using axe on wood.
Trying to deny that ledge, though, did not end up working for OPZ there, as JMUs was a little bit wiser to it, and now the damage is fairly even, though the cart bringing some extra damage onto OPZ's side, and with the diamond pickaxe there, you know, what much can you do?
Yeah, just the approach stuffed immediately as he gets punched a bit by the broken diamond axe. A little funny. Great parry by OPZ, and this situation is brutal for JMUs. Manages to weasel his way out of it into a good situation of his own.
117% to 78%, OPZ hanging on there. Ooh, looking for a powerful attack that JMUs just waits out. Does not need to approach. However, at one stock, he's in a very dangerous spot with that cart dealing so much damage, going for the misfire for the recovery. Both players going for that dangerous opportunity as 123 to 125. Pretty, once again, being on ledge here against Steve with the anvil going out, just narrowly dodging that. That was a weird little interaction between the two players, but both are still in the game.
Something that isn't weird here is OPZ using these pickaxe attacks. Very scary for JMUs. Can't approach in the air unless he wants to take a fatal blow. The rest of Steve's tools are actually out though, so it's just these forward air and bears that JMUs has to look out for, I believe.
133 to 126 does get the knockout on the stock, now 1-1, but Luigi at a 126% is facing a huge uphill battle, does get carted, but is able to avoid the pickaxe.
Yeah, wow. Usually a true string, a little bit of a hard timing.
Oh, but the anvil!
Did that shield hook? That's crazy.
I did
The
not
anvil.
quite see if it broke the shield there, but it does end up winning Steve the second round.
Yep.
So now he's on to taking one more game to be able to take this match for the semifinals, or for JMUs to be able to bring it back and roll it back.
Yep, OPZ very comfortable at the moment, and that is what Luigi wants to disrupt. He does not like his opponents being comfortable. He thrives in the chaos. Let's see if JMUs can create more of it.
Yeah, this is also a rough matchup for Luigi with, you know, the walls being a lot more usable against a character that really wants to get next to you. And we can see that full force working out for OPZ. As we jump into the next match, TNT goes out. JMU's very carefully being able to move it to actually hit Steve instead and avoid the cart.
Looking for a whiff punish on the grab with his own grab. Ends up not happening, but he does find conversions otherwise. Oh, just chilling on his own block mining. A little funny strategy from OPZ. Finds an up tilt. The opposite of funny, just damage and serious business here.
60% to 50% here, JMU's taking a lot of damage, but trying to dish some out, but OPZ is not really letting him get that fully here.
Yeah, great parry into minecart. No real change in game state here for now.
72 to 87, cart goes out, but JMU's is able to dodge it. Steve on the ledge, trying to keep him away and destroy the crafting table, so he can't really do what he wants yet.
Just a little bit longer for each of these stocks. JMU's looking for maybe a ground grab down throw combo. OPZ just looking for any stray hit like that down smash.
107 to 110% now. Trying to get those resources as much as possible, and the cart is going to be what seals the deal for that stock. JMU's losing the first stock of this match.
Air dodges the down throw fair. I wonder if that was intentional for OPZ to be available. What is intentional is the L he created off stage, not letting JMU's recover. That's gotta hurt.
120% to 25, 33. Oh my goodness, the axe coming out to get that dangerous combo here. My goodness. That is so much damage, but Jamie's is able to capitalize on that stall out with the attack there and get another stock off of OPZ. Well, first stock off of OPZ.
And you know, this is his chance, Steve, low on resources. It's now or never for JMU's. Gotta make it count before all the resources and all the advantages back on OPZ's side. And with that back air and misfire almost actually killing him, it's a very dire straits for JMU's. Another block.
Oh my goodness! The denial of the recovery with the block there. We saw he tried to break him, but just wasn't able to get through. And with that, OPZ is able to take this semifinal.
Yeah, in pretty convincing fashion. Very saddening for JMU's. I wouldn't want to be the one competing on Luigi there. Not a fun set for him. But we get to move on to losers finals with, I believe, Bluka versus OPZ.
Yeah, that looks correct to me. So we're going to be seeing a bit of a rematch from these two players, as we did see that the reason that OPZ was taken out in the first place was Bluka, but Bluka is now joining them back in the losers bracket to go out and see what could be the next final. As we can see, checking back into our bracket here, we've got OPZ versus Bluka, while the grand finals is going to be POW versus whoever manages to win this losers final here.
And yeah, a big thing to note is that while OPZ and Bluka did play and Bluka ended up winning, it was basically last interaction. So we're going to see a lot more of that tense gameplay here and replicating probably the closest set of tonight.
Yeah, 79 to 16% here. Bluka really putting on the pressure and the pain, trying to get that damage percentage high up and not really let OPZ land any combos. It's not going to fully go through, however, though. Shield goes out to block some damage, but once again, very fast gameplay that Bluka is not wanting to have is the only way to really deal with Steve, but Steve is packing out some damage with that grab, also giving them a little bit of room to work with, too.
Yeah, representing the gold tools. I love it from OPZ. It's an underrepresented type in Steve metagaming, but he's ready to use it. Those quick attacks. Not Pikachu's up B, though.
Yeah, Bluka's effort is not in vain, though, bringing Steve up to 121%. Getting some good damage off could be what they need to be able to knock out this stock before Bluka can be taken out by OPZ here.
Yeah. A little bit of a miss attempt on the footstool anvil from OPZ, a very lethal option from Steve. Hasn't been seen tonight despite the attempts by OPZ. We shall see if it works out eventually.
Steve nearing 200%. The knockback is getting real, and the anvil shows it, taking out the first stock.
Tech. That was techable. At 200%, that's ridiculous. Surviving another day despite the big back air kill move.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bluka, their first attempt to take out Steve was not able to go through, but they are able to get him with the second attempt, bringing it 2-2, though 56% already.
What a
dealing
bait.
so much damage here.
Yeah, beautiful play from OPZ, baiting the diamond craft for Bluka to advance in, and then shielding and punishing Bluka. Just a small error in Bluka's decision making gives OPZ the tide of war here.
97 to 27% here now. Bluka once again going for those speedy attacks, just dodging back and forth around OPZ, looking for that opportunity, really trying to deny the resource gathering as much, and it really shows with what the resource bar looks like right now, though having all of that steel available is great for the carts. Bluka going in for a combo at 113% to 74.
Straight Elytra, actually, that's pretty rare.
95 to 113, cart goes out, but they dodge it. Denies the grab as well. Now we're on the ledge game here. Bluka going to try and deny that Elytra, but isn't able to get it.
Yeah. Despite its lack of hitbox, Elytra is quite a good up B, especially with all the other options Steve can represent. And OPZ is showing the full power of it here.
Tried to go for a read with the forward smash, but wasn't able to get it. Once again, misses it too. OPZ pretty wary of those as he's seen them previously. 115% onto OPZ. Knows that this is a knockout potential and really creating those walls to deny.
Yeah, his happy place, to be honest. He can't really die in that bunker situation, but now he can. A little bit of questionable situations for OPZ, and his stock does have a diamond in case he does go out.
Bluka is racking up damage, unfortunately for them, on their last stock. That's a dangerous spot to be. 160% onto OPZ stock as well. Wanting to try and get the damage is not going to be able to get through, but a fake out will happen here. Now 110 to 160.
And actually, Steve's pickaxe left his hand on that fake kill screen, but also pardon me, the stock is gone from OPZ's hands as well.
Yeah, OPZ not really losing too much as a result, though. The diamond is still around, though resources are very low. One couple stones and some iron there, really all to his name. Gonna throw out the cart, try and create some distance. 110% on Bluka means this is a very dangerous back and forth for them, but the anvil is gonna end that.
The anvil, the destroyer of worlds, to be honest, and even though OPZ has failed a couple attempts of the footstool out of shield to get a punish, that does not diminish the value of just raw anvil.
Yeah, I mean, as the anvil is really good for timing, you know, like if you can get someone into a trap, you see the read, you're just high enough in the air to summon it, it is a killer of stocks. We have seen it. I mean, a lot of Steve's abilities are killers of stock. The minecart can do it, the magma block can do it, the anvil can do it. They're all one of those gotcha abilities, and because he has so many of them, he's got that variety he needs. And we're going to not be able to see that immediately, though, as Bluka tries to go in for the damage, but the magma block does come out, dealing 64% damage already. OPZ is not holding back.
Yeah, and the anti-air up tilts from OPZ are just brutal, giving such a big combo starter. Luca just kind of showing wary of the anvil at the moment. We've been talking about its effectiveness, makes sense. Great parry punish.
34, 47, 53. Bluka adding up that damage. Magma block once again parrying it. 68, 75, 77, 80, 93. Bluka really showing the power of Bayonetta's aerial attacks.
And what's furthermore is we get to see it once more from that up air.
Oh my goodness.
And up tilt combo.
If you hadn't seen it enough, you're going to see it again. Now 139 on Steve to 97. Bluka is really asking if you would like a side of aerials with your aerials right there, and it is working out in their favor. Going to pull out the Electra and the Magma Block, but the combo doesn't work, and the forward smash is the decider.
Yeah, beautiful bat within from Bluka, a defensive mechanic only Bayonetta has, and saves her life compared to characters other than Bayonetta that would die.
Oh, the minecart. Oh, into
Bat
the
with it
Magma Block.
again.
Able to dodge it just barely. Now 119 to 7%. OPZ really enjoying the Magma Block this round and getting a gold weapon. $126 to 18% now. Minecart goes out, but Bluka is able to dodge it.
Just, you can feel the tenseness in the air as all the whiffs come out. No real punishes as Bluka.
Oh, the Magma Block!
Yeah, Bluka committed a little too early on that shield, could not break it, and ends up paying the price.
Yeah, 2-2 now, though Steve is on the back foot with the percentage right now, does have a diamond in his back pocket, and that goal to bring the smackdown, and luckily for Bluka does not immediately get hit by it, but the minecart is going to stall out the combo a little bit as Steve tries to avoid it, dodges the anvil, and now 80% here onto Steve.
This is masterful by Bluka, just racking up the percent. Does not matter though, he eventually got back to stage and brought it all back. Look at the forward smashes with gold.
Oh my goodness, 86, 92, 94, 97, continuously going up multi-hits, getting so much damage here as another gold bar is found, so OPZ can bring it back, but the knockout through the Magma Block is going to be the end of Bluka's stock here. Bluka's going to get a little bit of that back, though.
Yeah, eye for an eye. As we get back, one stock a piece. The wood axe, actually, OPZ going aggressive with its invincibility instead of crafting. Gets his diamond now.
Gets a cart onto Bluka. Bluka taken off the ledge, but ledge guarding isn't going to go through, and now 40% onto OPZ with 65% onto Bluka. Bluka really wants to change the tempo of this game quick as every other stock has been lost first for them. 74 to 40%. Really needing that opening to gain control here.
Still just end up minorly execution error, gets punished for it. Luka's ready for those execution arrows.
Avoids powerful attack from the pickaxe, now 80% to 98. Now 100. Bluka in the danger zone for this last stock here, avoiding any attacks, but does get hit by the sword.
Diamond F smash is so brutal. You don't even need to be near the blast zone if you're a character as light.
I mean, it has a pretty strong range too, realistically. Yeah. Like, for how short the sword is, it is actually a pretty good swing. Steve really puts all... You know, now that I think about it, it kind of looks like he's hitting a golf club more than actually swinging a sword when he does it, so no wonder it has such range on that. And with that, Steve has been able to take the next round there. Overall, going into this potentially final round, if OPZ is able to take this versus Bluka.
I mean, the momentum for OPZ is just ridiculous. 3-0ing JMUs and 2-0 on this set. He's feeling himself, and I mean, with these buttons on Steve, I would be too. Going for the early kill does not get it.
25 to 47% now, 38% here. Bluka once again racking up those damage numbers with the aerial attacks. Going to dodge the cart, just try their best to prevent OPC from getting anything super valuable.
Noticing a little bit of a particle effects change on Bayonetta actually here. They're blue instead of red. Maybe reminiscent of the diamond material Steve might have.
Trying to avoid letting him get that at any cost and get the damage numbers up quick. Now 137 onto Steve. A couple more attacks like that at the top of the stage could be his doom here.
Up tilt.
Oh, yep, there it goes. Now 3-2. Bluka gaining the momentum and gaining the first win on the stocks here.
Baiting an aerial and just going into a grounded up tilt. Very smart play from Bluka. Gives them one of their first advantages this entire set.
8%, 10%.
Oh.
Once again, just going up and up. Dodges the anvil, but gets hit by the magma block here. 101% now. Rough spot to be with this first stock here.
And we're seeing it again. OPZ is very willing to swing his normals when he has these gold weapons out. Makes sense, the recovery is very low now. Very scary for Bluka to navigate.
122% to 57.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the magma block combo once again. So vicious, able to take out another stock, and Bluka is down 2-2 here.
Gold up tilt, bread and butter. Runs out of gold axe actually. Might end up crafting or just chilling, to be honest. Has the rest of his tools still.
71 to 68%. Just trying to, looks like, get some good value out of the gold, but it's not going to be able to use that quite yet at 123% damage dealt by Bayonetta.
And I mean, at this point, you just don't really have up tilt for the rest of the stock because you don't want to spend your time in this stock. A little awkward for OPZ. Gonna have to make best use of what he's got. Just punches Bayonetta and gets punched back.
2-1 now. Steve on the back foot here. Bayonetta gaining some momentum is going to be faked out. The anvil really wanting to get that is not able to, and now at 109%, do not want to fall into any more traps. No anvils, no magma blocks, no nothing.
The only trap at this point is the one Bluka might plight upon herself if she gets a little wary to end this game. Just chilling at this moment though.
39 to 109%, dodging carts as much as possible. The magma block goes out, but is dodged, and once again, the aerial onslaught begins. Bayonetta really wanting to try and avoid showing us the stage as much as possible and really just get a good look at the background.
And these backers, I agree with them. A lot of these aerials are guaranteed to kill Bayonetta unless you time it wrong and get back within. Unfortunate for OPZ, but that's the breaks as we're not taking a break. We're going to the next game, and I'm faked out.
Almost a wonderful setup there. Unfortunately, the fake out is ever present in these final matches here. 119 to 153, Bayonetta really wanting that to be the knockout. Is not going to quite get it yet. Trying to avoid the pickaxe and is unable to. Now 1-1. Although Bayonetta has the upper hand, OPZ has a chance to take this and deny Bluka the ability to go on to the next match.
Yeah. Though she does end up finding the up tilt to back air, the most consistent kill confirmed for Bayonetta, and sending us 2-1. OPZ still favored.
Yeah, with that, we go on to match 4. Both of these players going to show us that they don't really want to see this go quick. It might go all the way to round 5 once again, which would be kind of fitting considering the first match that we saw between the two earlier tonight.
A little bit of a brawl from them, and that's okay, to be honest. It's pretty cool seeing all the adaptations so far, and I believe currently 9 games so far. Oh, no, counting is hard.
Yeah.
5 plus 3, this is game 4. Yeah, 5 plus 4 equals 9, I think.
They've gotten a lot of practice against each other, and it really shows as we go into this match. Massive TNT damage onto Bluka, 57 to 25, now 34%. As all the players are just going back and forth. Bayonetta really taking that knockout, my goodness.
The Town and City lower blast radius there. Great for Bluka, horrible for OPZ.
Yeah, as I said before, Bluka more than happy to just show us the background of Smashville rather than the stage at all, and gets the knockout here, 72 to 12%.
I mean, I love the transitions. Speaking of the background, it's so nice. You just get to see the entire town, especially if you play the games, you can understand the locations. We're playing a different game right now, though, and OPZ is trying to wrap his brain around getting this stock. Forward smash, barely not enough.
Wu tries to blow up the TNT to get some damage, but Bluka is able to dodge it. 117, 68%, now 2-2.
Yep, a little bit of Anvil gaming.
68% on to OPZ here.
Yep.
And 77 now, 86, 92, 102%. On to
Oh, the
Steve.
down-angled
My
ABK.
goodness!
That was such a smart choice from Bluka. Doesn't end up getting the stock for it, but does get the advantage.
That's a massive amount of damage to be leading on right now, and getting more, going to
going
not
down.
be faked out this time and take the stock.
Ends up losing a lot of HP to trying to take out the crafting table. Unfortunate for Bluka, but
124% on Bayonetta here. Steve at 10%.
Oh,
gets the minecart going off stage.
Yeah.
Now going to get a little off stage combat here that, well, Bayonetta is more than happy to partake
Oblige.
in.
yeah, OPZ understanding that Bayonetta won't just die by the minecart itself. Has to do a little bit more work, but wasn't rewarded. And that is Bluka's sign to go, to be honest. Just trying to extend the value of the stock as much as possible. And the grab starts it all.
46% to 125% now. Both players doing a little bit of careful setup as, once again, up into the air we go. 143% Bayonetta getting a lot of knockback now due to high percentages.
Up throw?
This grab could be deadly, and it is, taking the stock away, bringing us a 1-1 once again.
Minecraft house coming through right here. It is broken, but not before it saves OPZ a little bit of effort. However, there is no house in the air, so OPZ can still be comboed to death.
128%, now 136, 140, my goodness! Getting a powerful attack off. We're going to be going to game 5.
Yeah, that representative is so huge for Bayonetta and just Bluka in this set. I believe it was buffed in this game to be a lot better as a kill jab. I don't remember fully, but Bluka...
Serving them well
nevertheless,
right now.
Yeah, Bluka is using it very well.
Yeah, and once again, we're just really seeing the power of the difference of these characters and the aerial combat really giving good success pathways to Bayonetta here against Steve. There's something I realized as we were watching all of these gameplays. I was thinking about the fact that I'm like, you know, Steve is keeping his inventory. That's really interesting. He turned on cheats. Technically, because, you know, basic survival, you don't keep your inventory. So Steve here is having a little bit of fun checking the box on his inventory and saving it. But will it be what he needs to be able to take this match, or will Bayonetta be able to take the round and go into the grand finals? We'll find out in this matchup, as Bayonetta is already putting on the pain in the air, bringing him all the way up to 86% before taking any damage.
Game 10 between these players in this tournament. Who is clutch enough to take the entire set? Minecart killed there?
Wow.
Very unfortunate for Bluka there. Out of resources, really, and out of steam, it's looking like, taking another full combo.
However, not quite out of it yet, still getting some more damage on, just trying their best to avoid the TNT and the anvil and getting rewarded for it, bringing Steve up to 130% and not taking any more damage, though the fake out goes through, trying to set up for this KO. They want it, and they know that's what they need before they take any more damage, but OPZ is not going to let it happen, gets the grab and launches them off the side.
Up till anti-air there, wow.
Oh, dodging the magma block.
Yeah. Crazy interactions going on stage. The Electro one was one.
Oh, that magma block is the doom of Bayonetta here. Now
right.
down to 1 stock, while OPZ is still at 3.
In their first set, OPZ had to make a couple 1 stock to 3 comebacks. It is now the onus of Bluka. Finds the first one. Can she find 2 more?
8% dealt. Every percentage is a closer spot to losing here for Bayonetta, and they know it. But unfortunately, with the gold weapons out, Steve is able to dish out so much damage, bringing Bayonetta all the way to 76% here.
Great wall. forcing Luca above the ledge, which is honestly fine, not the worst situation. And OPZ needs to find a better tool than his fists soon. Punching trees is not the way, and might be the way for Luca to get back in this game.
So the gold axe is still out here. 70%, now 77. Bluka really looking for those opportunities to bring him up into the air and send him gone, but the magma block goes out.
And that's
the stock is gone. With that, OPZ will be moving on to the finals.
PAL versus OPZ, the story of many of grand finals in Idaho, and now Boise State gets to see some Pac-Man versus some Steve.
Yeah, that'll be a very fun matchup between these two players. I mean, we've seen just a lot of really good gameplay overall, and although OPZ did take the win, the routing from Bayonetta in the the first two matches before the final was a really good way for them to be able to take it out and go forward.
Yep, and Bluka, definitely not the worst situation for Bluka. A third is quite a good place in the tournament. Very close sets overall from OPZ and Bluka as we get to move on to OPZ and PAL. PAL actually used to play Steve, so he knows a lot of the tricks OPZ has done, not just by fighting OPZ, but by performing them himself.
Yeah. So, I mean, hey, if you played a character, that's always a really good boon for you, because now that you've played that character, you know how they work, what they kind of like to do, and you more innately know how those timings are. So when you see it happening, you know exactly what to expect going into it, which will be a really good boon for them. We'll have to see in the next match if that will end up being what they need as we go into a quick break to get ready for it.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
No. Come on, where is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You got it.
And back on again. Ow, 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 ow. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Esports Arena for the final Welcome Back to the Boise State Esports Arena as we continue our coverage of the Halloween special Super Smash Bros. Tournament, celebrating a spooky and spectacular night with a bunch of brawls back and forth between a bunch of incredible local Super Smash Bros. Players. Calling all the action, my name is Audrey Norris, accompanied by Sebastian, as we continue into this matchup for the grand finals of this tournament. Steve versus Pac-Man.
And yeah, what a classic matchup it is for every Idaho viewer. You know these two players, PAL and OPZ. We've seen them a decent amount on the stream tonight. Get ready for some Pac-Man and Steve.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. We've seen a lot of, Pac-Man with the projectiles and Steve with the mining and resources. There's going to be a little bit of resource management on both sides, though different varieties, and we'll have to see who is able to get their combos off the best and take the whole game.
Good luck to both players. Fist bump in the background as they started up. Let's see these first interactions.
All right, Steve versus Pac-Man, Pow versus OPZ. Who will be able to take the match? The best of 5 for the title of the champion of this tournament. Hydrant's already throwing out, and the Pac-Man dishing out massive damage, bringing Steve to 63% within like the first 5 seconds of the game.
Yeah. Explosivity at the early points of the game. Very common at this level of play. Most Steve attacks will do the same. Right back to Pow. Let's see if he avoids them.
Yeah, 73% to 30% here. Pow really just trying to avoid as much damage, getting a nice, good projectile throw off onto Steve as he's trying to get his resources. He does get gold, however, so we've seen how potent that has been. But the bell, my goodness. Pac-Man really not letting up here.
Yep, and this is the fundamental basis for most of the matchup. Steve chilling, trying to create some walls and mine, while Pow is going to be looking for fruits, mostly Key and Bell, to put Steve off of his game. At the moment, Pow is working well, but OPZ is getting a string to take the lead back.
146 to 56%. Pow is not backing down as the cart does go out, but is not able to help against that apple being thrown in his face. He does get a diamond weapon, but does get a couple combos off before getting anything really going through.
Actually, retrieving the Gallica there forced Pow to take an up tilt. A little bit of an awkward situation, but the item was likely worth it.
100% to 42%. OPZ pretty comfortable with the resources that he has, as well as grabbing the projectile away from Pow. The Pow at 100%, this could be a knockout potential, and we see that with the anvil, bringing it 2-2.
Ridiculous mass by OPZ there. He got pummeled and didn't get fully grabbed. Very clutch from OPZ to even up the game.
76 to 35, now 45%.
Fire kind of ruining OPZ's flow, but he figured it out.
Yeah, able to dodge around and get that. Also just so comfortable with his resources and what he has to work with right now. Hydrant is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, but he's able to get around it, 85 to 76%.
OPZ ready to just send out these minecarts. I mean, they're not that high risk. Forces Pow to deal with them. Very understandable. Minecart goes through Fire Hydrant. I actually didn't know that. Maybe I'm a novice at this matchup, but nevertheless, this platform is quite nice for OPZ as he gets to
little extra protection from any projectiles from Pac-Man as Pac-Man is getting ready to set up. Has his bell ready to go. Looks for a grab, is not able to get it. The anvil goes out. Well, the Hydrant together working against him, even though he'd love it to work for him. Now, 118% here. On to Pac-Man with the throw there. Almost going to get the knockout, but not just yet.
Another key locked and loaded. The block, though, OPZ ready.
160% here, really trying to use the wall to gain space and safety away from any projectile that could knock him out here.
Yeah. And Pow just forced to chill, to be honest. These walls are mad awkward, but he does have the percent advantage. So the timer is in his favor.
Oh, another fake out goes through. We were close to a knockout, but OPZ is hanging on, does not want to let this stock go through. Tries to knock out Pac-Man himself. The fake outs left and right here.
I would be kind of sad if that wasn't a fake out, as Pow was at 70%, but we've seen crazier things from Steve here, and crazier things overall as the key snipe takes OPZ stock.
Key taking out the stock. OPZ is down to his last stock for this first match here. 97% onto Pac-Man, though, means that OPZ has some room to work with to take out this stock. Pow gets the grab onto him and is just kind of letting him mine as he gets his own resources, which seems to be his downfall as the cart is what takes him out.
And final stock situation here for the first game of the set. Pac-Man Pow very content on using these keys as his way to victory.
103% on to Steve. Last stock here for him as Pac-Man is still chilling around 0%, gets the grab, knocking him off stage, able to avoid that and has the bell to work with as well. Throw out the fire hydrant, knocks him once again away and dodges the cart.
Yeah. And so many options for Pow represent instant death for OPZ. And if there's that many
the key!
Yeah, you can't minecart, you can't elytra, you can't do anything there if you're OPZ. It is check and mate for game one.
The one thing that is really good for OPZ to have is the wall, since, you know, a lot of the matches against Pac-Man, or I guess the previous match we saw against Pac-Man, one of the things was if you couldn't really stop the projectiles, you weren't going to have a fun time and either had to catch it or just try your best to not get near them. But having that wall kind of just means, okay, you can just be over there, keep the projectiles on that side, though it did not work out in his favor just yet.
A bit of breathing room for OPZ, but there's no breathing for both players here as we get straight back into the action, mining and charging their projectiles respectively.
39%, 47%, Steve really putting on the pain, getting that aerial game going on with his abilities. Now 63 to 44%.
The onus is on OPZ to fix whatever mistakes he might have had in the last game, particularly avoiding the checkmate situations Pal is so good at creating.
96 to 63% here. Lots of damage being dealt to Steve. He is trying to create some boundaries, give himself some safety here. Cart goes out, pushing Pac-Man away. And he gets the bell away from Pac-Man, tries to throw it, is not able to capitalize on it.
And this key, yep, just straight again. OPZ ready for it this time. Too many keys have been thrown his way so far. I love how Pal uses Galaga just as a bait and then recharges the fruit again. It's very rarely seen.
It's a good way to distract and give yourself some more time to think and consider your options. And speaking of giving himself some more options, OPZ gets knocked away from the stage. Pac-Man getting some more time to charge his fruit. OPZ is looking for his resources to mine for a little bit, but not going to be the best spot for him at 174%. Pac-Man is starting to look for that kill.
Apple going down. Maybe a back throw. Yeah, I agree with that. The wall is kind of awkward to forward throw for, even though you would want.
Oh, the slow there.
Yeah, the melon baiting the parry was actually really smart from Pal. The delayed forward tilt, taking the stock after the parry. Well planned out.
80 to 43% throws out the Galaga, but the wall is there to keep him safe for a little bit longer as he mines up and gets his resources back.
Oh, Steve ended up getting Galaga there. I actually misread the situation.
Yeah, catching the Galaga there is really good for him. Now 80 to 53% here. Steve dodging around the attacks as best he can. Once again, Pal really focusing on charging up and finding the tools he needs. Gets the bell.
Card. Both of them just stun locked. Don't get to do their combos.
95 to 86% here.
Just a bit of chilling going on, to be honest. Resetting.
Oh, minecart is there, and the pickaxe able to take out the stock 2 to 2.
Yeah, one of the cleanest minecarts we've seen all night. OPZ gets the full confirm. As this platform is just so nice. OPZ, or Pal, cautiously takes out the wall and finds his opportunity.
117% onto Steve here, looking for his bell or whatever else he might be able to use. Throws at the key, but doesn't get the timing where he wants it. The fruit is grabbed. Once again, just going to rotate through what he has to find what he really, really wants here. 141% onto Steve. This is a knockout potential for Pac-Man with this ledge here. And Steve knows it, is not going to be able to avoid it, and loses one more stock.
Yeah, he had no minecart. He didn't really want to anvil there, and he was obviously going to double jump. Pal knew all of these factors and decided to up air, gets the stock.
42% to 14%, 33 now. Pac-Man leading on the stock game, but not the percentage game until now.
Though, honestly, the stock game at this point can be a lie if OPZ finds the right opening, but Pal makes it very difficult to do so. The throw into the melon, nice set play.
86 to 53%. Fire hydrant, not as much of a nuisance as Pac-Man would want it to be right now. Now, 100% onto Steve, once again, getting into that danger zone around Pac-Man here. We've seen it before, but Pac-Man also getting close to a knockout potential for Steve.
And just the bell pressure, no materials, no nothing.
Oh!
Yeah, that was a messed up situation for OPZ.
The bell stun into the attack. Oh, that's almost. I mean, the bell is kind of as bad as like getting stuck in the ground or being stunned out of your shield. So it's just one of those moments where you get to contemplate life for a second as your opponent gets a combo in. As we saw, Pal was able to capitalize on it and take the second game.
Yeah, those types of moves just feel always bad because you know your opponent's going to fish for them since they're such good combo starters. You avoid them all game like OPZ was, and in the final situation, Pal finds the bell and finds the game.
Jumping into the next map, Pau here looking to potentially secure his win, and OPZ looking to try and continue this match to look for his own. Already jumping in very carefully with the percentages, throwing the cart out, getting some damage onto each other. Now 16 to 8%, now 21% onto Steve, using the minecart to his advantage to hit the fire hydrant.
Both characters competent at anywhere in the screen as we went from the bottom left to the right stage of the screen, and Pal, a little bit of a three-piece combo there, leading to 86 total percent.
100% now onto OPZ.
Impressive.
83% on Pau. TND in the middle. Going to clear that out with a cart, and now move kind of into this middle game.
Key instantly killing Hydrant, one of the best features of Key. Once it's taking a single percent, Key will kill it. Pau ready to abuse that fact, and unfortunately for Pau, he can't really charge right now while OPZ has Bell.
129 to 83% here. Going to get the throw, yep.
A bunch of time is given to Pau, and time is of the essence. In a lot of matchups, but in this one mostly, you can charge or mine whoever has the most time. That rhymed. The apple.
Oh!
What the heck? That two frames goes onto the ledge, I guess. Very unfortunate for OPZ. I didn't know that.
Unfortunately for OPZ, that does mean a stock loss, and 92 to 10%. Pac-Man still in a relatively comfortable position to be fighting good old Steve right here.
And these forward airs poking down the shield. OPZ doesn't have that option for much longer. Needs a moment to refresh it, but what he actually needs is that minecart into fair. Great stock for OPZ. Can turn the tides of the set.
2-2 now. 64% onto Steve, but he is able to gain some really good resources there.
Beautiful trampoline. I didn't even know that was an option for Pal, but it made the combo so much more awkward.
73 to 80%. Tries to look for a grab, isn't able to get it. Avoids taking massive damage from the cart here. But the diamond weaponry is really a danger zone for this Pac-Man. 110% to 89.
Yeah. Yet the power of iron with this bell and key are representing their weight worth in gold over the diamonds that Steve is using.
132 to 115 to 0%. The stock is taken 1-2 here.
Yeah. A little bit of a chill time for OPZ. Gets a lot of materials back since he built a home.
Oh, that wall saving him from being in a knockout scenario. Now hanging on at 160%. Pac-Man probably feeling a little robbed of that attack right there. Now wanting to try and get as much as he can, but Steve is just mining away, waiting.
I love the use of apple by Pau. It's one of the best ways to deal with these walls. The diagonal angle.
And with that, able to get the knockout, bringing it 1-1. At 22%, Pac-Man is still in the race to be able to take this match if he is able to, winning the game. But we can see OPZ really wants to deny that here, getting some good aerial attacks off.
Any swing from OPZ, any solid hits will extend the tournament and his chances of victory. Can Pau snap those hopes away? Starts with this
96%
up
gets the
throw.
grab, yeah. Grab is off, but OPZ keeping distance between them, knocking him back using just the powerful knockback of his weapons right now. 39% to 112, now 56, 66. Pau holding on here, dodging the cart, throwing down a fire hydrant to cause some confusion and just give him some extra room to work with. Going to get another projectile set up as the wall goes out.
No false senses of security though. Steve can end this at any point. Gotta play so cautiously on both sides here with this bell. He's just standing there menacingly.
As the bell stands there, shields, refuses to elaborate, and no stock lost just yet. 112 to 89. Such a danger zone for both players. Tries to throw out the bell, gets stuck in the minecart, but dodges an attack, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
And the stock is lost. The set continues.
Goes on. We have a set, everybody. Crazy sequence of events there.
I held my breath there for a moment when he hopped into the little like Thunderdome that Steve had created and was just standing there. I was like, I don't know who it's going to be, but someone's going to be knocked out.
Thunderdome is a beautiful metaphor there.
I feel like that's the best way to describe when Steve puts up those little walls. The goal is to prevent you from being able to knock him out and for him to be able to knock you out whenever he feels like it. And we've seen it has saved him many times, giving him the tech he needs to avoid a knockout.
He gave him the game as we missed out on a very sparse amount of charging here, the neutral start for the match. Pao loses his advantage while OPZ goes crazy with his iron tool.
98% already onto Pac-Man, barely into the match, and OPZ is not holding back, already taking a stock.
Yep. Just one more stock on OPZ's path to resetting the bracket. Reminders, folks, if OPZ ends up winning this set, we got another set ahead of us. First things first, though, OPZ needs to focus on securing the rest of this game, and Pao can make a comeback.
59 to 7% now. As we see, both players trying to play very carefully. Pac-Man not wanting to lose another stock. 75-85 here. 30%. Steve taking the game off the stage here, but Pao more than comfortable to do that and recover.
Did that forward air just beat both Hydrant and him? That's kind of crazy.
85 to 63%. Creating a little bit of barrier. Oh, Bell goes out.
Ridiculous awareness from Pao and rewarded with nothingness. Kind of tragic.
104%, 113, now 124 onto Steve, taking quite a bit of damage, going to dish that right back out to Pac-Man. Oh, that was some good timing there from Pac-Man to avoid what could have been a very devastating attack, knocking Steve away. Minecart goes out, but to no avail as he gets launched into the air. Now 158%. This could be the downfall of Steve's first stock. But Steve is very comfortable and confident right now, hanging on.
Just a little more for each player. There it is, the snipe.
And with that, Steve is going to be taken down to his second stock, though Pac-Man is pretty worse for wear here on his second.
The explosive start is something that needs to be replicated by Pao, to be honest, if he wants to win this race of attrition.
94 to 28%. Once again, just mining away to gain the resources he wants. Definitely looking for that diamond if he can get it, but it is not going to show up just yet. Using the minecart to try and create some distance. Fire Hydrant goes down. Both players taking it to the air, and now OPZ has the diamond and the gold to do with whatever he pleases. Minecart goes out, could be devastating for either player, but...
The reversal.
Oh!
Pao somehow turned getting hit by a minecart into his damage. Pretty impressive.
116 to 108.
And just throwing these keys now.
They are the snipers, as we've seen time and time again. Gets hit by the cart and knocked back a little bit, but really looking for these projectiles that he can use to his advantage.
Charges up a bell once more. Definitely the most consistent way to end the stock, but OPZ knows it as well. Snipes the bell away and is going to use it himself. Just how?
Grabs it for his own purposes, hanging on, really looking for that one good opportunity. Pac-Man is not going to let him have it, though. Gets the grab and throws him off stage and going to knock out his stock, taking him down to one stock.
And just like that, the explosive start from OPZ has dwindled hit by hit for Pao to make this game in his favor.
32% to 144%. Pao knows this is his opportunity to deal as much damage as possible before the stock is taken, or he can take out the stock of OPZ taking the match, but he isn't going to be able to get much before he's down to his last stock. This is it. The final determiner for Pao. If he can take this, he will be able to take the match. But if OPZ is able to get more damage onto him before he can capitalize on it, then we'll be continuing on.
That missed grab is definitely a starting point for OPZ. A little bit of Town and City jankness, forcing Pao off stage.
The anvil!
Yeah, that is so unfortunate for Pao, and great awareness from OPZ to use the anvil there.
Yeah, good timing will allow him to continue on to a final fifth match to determine who will be the winner of this grand finals.
Yep, the first set of grands is decided by this first hit. If OPZ ends up winning, we will run a second set since he is from losers. Otherwise, Pao will take the bracket if he wins one more game. Let's determine that right now.
I will be able to see. I mean, are we surprised? You know, we've been talking about this a lot. Are we surprised to see us go to 5? Not me in this grand finals. That's pretty normal as we get right into it. Pac-Man not holding back, getting 33, 44, 58% onto Steve. No holds barred right now, just trying to get that damage off.
I love how quick Pao played earlier in the set. He was letting OPZ get iron tools in exchange for a fruit. I think this is much better overall for Pao.
Yeah, those iron tools are going to be a little bit damaging though if he's not careful here.
What a grab.
Able to grab the key, not really get much use of it. Cart knocking Pao off the stage here.
What another grab, but in a different form, the Pac-Man grab. In the face of danger, Pao does not care.
81 to 74%. Bell goes out, giving a devastating attack, taking a stock.
Bell into F smash, the classic of any Pac-Man player.
87 to 20%. Pao still feeling pretty comfortable with his stock here, avoiding an anvil that could have been devastating damage-wise, and going for a key, trying to get those snipes off if possible.
A little bit of a reaction check minigame as well for OPC. He has to see if Pao chooses Bell or key and when he's going to throw it.
Love the little key snipe from off stage. 110% onto Pao.
Yeah. Pao covering multiple options.
Good dodge of the magma block. 85, now 95% onto Steve here. 110% onto Pac-Man. Cart goes through but does not deal damage.
Minus key for Pao. Needs to charge it up once more. This is the time to do it though while OPZ is off stage.
Tries to throw the bell but isn't able to get anything off of it, losing the stock, now 2 to 2.
OPZ's almost out of iron, only one minecart left for now. Probably using it here, yeah.
With out of minecarts and out of a lot of options, able to gain some back with the gold, diamond, and 1 iron left. However, at 151%, using those now might not be worthwhile, as Pao is just really going to want to look for this potential knockout.
Oh, this is what OPZ needs.
Oh, dangerous game with the pickaxe. He's able to get through and recover, but he's going to get knocked off the stage once again. 94 to 161. OPZ pretty comfortable with
Footstool.
Mining, able to get the footstool and the stock. My goodness.
I've been talking about it all night. He's been messing it up all night, but when it matters, when he needs the reset, he finds footstool into anvil. 1 stock apiece for grand finals. Will it be reset or will it be here?
36% to 0%. Pao taking on some damage and giving Steve some time to mine. He has some resources, but not as much as he would like here, giving Pac-Man some time to combo and throw out a fire hydrant. 74 to 68.
Tension is palpable for each player as some of the kill moves go off stage. OPC has no resources.
Oh, that stun is a dangerous position to be. Low on resources, low on percentage room. Pao is really trying to milk that opportunity on the ledge, but OPZ just dashes by, does not want to be taken off guard by that. And now, very dangerous spot, gets the read and takes him out. With that, Pao is able to take the final game of this match and the grand finals, being the winner of the tournament overall. Congratulations to all players, especially Pao, for being able to take the win.
Absolutely valiant effort from OPZ. I love that he's been trying footstool into anvil all tournament, and he gets it when it matters most.
Yeah, that was a really fun stock to witness being taken out. But with that, that is the tournament. All of the players have been fighting hard tonight to get some awesome wins, and overall, just an incredible matchup. Once again, congratulations to Pao, and congratulations to all the players that came out tonight. It was an awesome matchup to have for our Halloween event, as we got to just have some fun showing off our local players. And with that, that's all we have for you tonight. So have a great night, enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll see you next time.